Hello. Hello. Yes, finally here. Took me a bit to find my way here, but I did. How's everybody doing? Zoe's hiding behind me.
Hello.
She has her own mic, but it's a little sensitive. Yes, we're here, and we're getting ready to get started. Had some technical difficulties with some of the stuff I was messing with, so I had to, fix those, basically. Before we get the miracle story. With all the other things that were going on, it's all opened up, and now I can't find it. Oh, you know what? Everybody doing it. Oh, recent fighting. Oh. Been that kind of day. Hope everybody had a good evening. This morning I saw that the total fundraiser exceeded 12.1 million. Pretty. $240 before we continue to play. Stop. Okay.
We went through 2 years of fertility treatments. Nothing was miscarriages. We were ecstatic when we finally got pregnant. Every time we went to the doctor, I kept asking her, "So I'm still pregnant?" And she goes, "Yeah, you're still pregnant." My husband would just roll his eyes because he knew I was pregnant by the way I was acting, probably. Dominic was our miracle. He was our everything, and he was an amazing baby. It was great. Everything was fine and wonderful, and then just before his 11th month birthday, he just got acting a little weird and just wasn't really quite himself, and he was just off. I take him to the local pediatrician, and he spends about 2 minutes looking at Dominic, leaves the room, comes back about 10 minutes later and says, "Well, I've called the Alberta Children's Hospital in Calgary. The ER is expecting you guys to be there." We're like, okay, like, what is going on? We spent 8 hours in the ER, and then when they came in and told us, you just collapse. It's the worst possible day of your life. Dominic was diagnosed on September 12th, 2013. Diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia.
Cancer sucks. When we had Dominic, we never envisioned him ever needing to go to a children's hospital. The care that we got at the Alberta Children's Hospital was second to none. We couldn't have asked any more. Whether it was medically, whether it was psychologically, treating us with respect and including us in the decisions. Just the amount of joy on his face as he went through those hallways, and seeing him chase down the cleaning staff in the hallways and follow him on their floor waxers in his little walker.
He was never scared of the hospital.
There you go.
I was always tell him, "Oh, we're gonna go see, Ellen and Dr. Trong." He'd be all like, "Okay, let's go."
You let the others with this shake, 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 shake.
We were gonna do 4 rounds of chemotherapy.
There was so many months where he was stuck in isolation in those hospital rooms. We found out that there was a music therapist who would come in once a week, and that music was so good for him. Dom always loved music, and we always, had music playing for him in the house. And he had that time to forget where he was, and for us to forget where he was. Wheels on a bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on a bus go round and round all day. Whenever we put on music, we'd have to have a dance party. The boy wanted to dance. So when it came time to do serious medical procedures, like his bone marrow transplant, I think is the best example. It's a scary moment for any parent. All we could think of was, we should really dance. He took both of the nurse's hands in our hands, and we all danced for a while.
Woohoo! Yeah, good boy.
We had 2 months at home. We went to Calgary regularly, weekly, for appointments still. But 5 out of the 7 days a week, we were at home, which was the first time we'd really been home since he was diagnosed.
Oh no, man down.
He's nonverbal.
We used sign language to find out things that he wanted, and one of them was a thumbs up.
And so one of them became thumbs up because it was just, okay, are you doing okay?
I'd be like, Dom, are you okay? And he'd give me a thumbs up. I'd be like, okay, you're good.
That thumbs up really became his trademark. He wouldn't eat, and so it was a big deal then the few times that he would actually go back to trying to start to eat some solid foods. He started eating, and all I could think of was, wow, this is the perfect time to play Eat It by Weird Al Yankovic. When my Aunt Mary Catherine came back from Disneyland with a marching band mace that really was a lightsaber in disguise, I couldn't help myself but put on the Darth Vader music and, have him dance around with it.
Monkey Daddy! We were at 100% donor. Everything was great. Everything was perfect, just the way it was supposed to be in June. And then in August, we found out that his system is stronger than the donor's was. Everything was for naught, and that our bone marrow transplant had failed. And that was very, very devastating. Like I said, that was the only known treatment for his type of cancer that he had. My husband and I sat there crying. We gave ourselves a couple minutes, and then we looked at our doctor and our nurse. We said, okay, now what? What's the next step? There has to be a next step.
Throw it. Yeah! Way to go, Dominic!
We tried just giving him boosts of the bone marrow from the donor and hoping that maybe it will fight. We spent a lot more time in the hospital because we were trying different treatments and such. December 24th, the doctors came and told us that Dominic was terminal. That there was nothing left.
They basically said, go home, enjoy what time you've got. We think you've only got a few weeks.
There's more wrapping paper.
I signed him up for swimming lessons. And I signed him up for gymnastics lessons. All the little things you don't think about that he couldn't do for 2 years. Smile at the camera. We finally got approved for a wish trip. We got to go to Orlando, Florida, go to Disney World, which is what every little kid would want to do. So it was all set up for us to go in to the oncology unit at the Arnold Palmer Hospital.
When we were in Orlando for those 3 days at the end, they brought in a music therapist, and it was a little bit of home. There was that same sort of music therapy program at a hospital thousands of miles away. It sort of helped bring everything together. And we got to Disney World for a grand total of 2 hours. And the last ride that he did was the Buzz Lightyear ride, which is essentially a video game ride, which with Extra Life is very appropriate. We thought that we'd go to Universal the next day, but Instead of going universal, we woke up and he wasn't breathing right. And that was the beginning of the end. So suddenly we were calling an ambulance, and suddenly he was turning blue, and I was in the ambulance with him, and Trish had to go and get something from the car, and he was just going downhill real quick. I told him, you gotta wait for mommy. The way I found out about Extra Life was through a friend of ours whose brother had participated in Extra Life, and as soon as I looked into it and saw what it was like, wow, this is perfect. I love video games. Here I am at the hospital. We want to give back to the hospital. Well, all of that just meshed perfectly together.
So the first year that they did it, they raised $4,300 and shaved his head. The next year, he raised $8,300.
This year, not only did we raise a heck of a lot more money, we decided that we would set some bigger goals, like $20,000.
Sean's like, so what would it take for you to shave your head? And I'm like, ha 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 ha.
Donate live, you can go to extra-life.org. Suddenly we had other friends jumping in and saying, if we help you get to $30,000, we'll all shave our heads. We'll shave the heads of our kids. And then I said, just as a joke, if you raise $45,000, I'll wax my back. Not a chance will they get that high.
This year we raised almost $46,000.
That was painful. Getting involved is the easiest thing possible. All you got to do is go to extra-life.org and sign up, pick a hospital, create a team, don't create a team, join a team, don't join a team. It doesn't matter. Tell people what you're doing, that you've pledged to play games to give back to a children's hospital. It was amazing how that community suddenly unfolds for you when you need it. And our community here wanting to help us help the hospital when we called for it. When we wrote Dominic's obit, we said in there, in lieu of flowers and gifts, please donate to the Alberta Children's Hospital through Extra Life. And boy, did they ever.
Those hospitals are able to use the funds to try and make the life of these children a little bit better. We have an amazing community here. Everyone rallied around. We ended up having Dominic's memorial service at the Esplanade in Medicine Hat. We had about 350 people there. We all started with our thumbs up. And then at the end, true to Dom, we had a dance party. Which probably seems very odd to a lot of people. It was amazing to see 350 people crying, laughing, and dancing.
He inspired so many people, and I think it's important not to say that even in the past tense too much. He inspires so many people.
These posts when we play that we come with a about you need to have issues with you. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people like to think that they're creative, but I mean, really, become creative. They just have to try. Right?
Creative, but I'm also lazy.
Zoe has her own mic, learning how to do buttons on. Time you bump it, you're done with that. Yeah, I am doing my best with that mic. It's been fighting me, so let me adjust. It is just try again, Zoe.
Hello?
Well, I mean, this mic right here works, but the problem is we're right next to each other. He has to mute. Don't have double. Remember this? There. No, sorry, it's not there. Okay, so we are going to finish our playthrough of Bendy and the Ink Machine.
You are not going to like the final boss battle.
Probably not. For the game. Three chapters. When we finished my favorite chapter, for nothing else than the title is all the books. And one is Rise, the other is Fall.
All right, Joey. I'm here. Let's see if we can find what you wanted me to see.
This is my favorite chapter ever.
I'm not sure how much they heard that, Zoe, so just make sure when you're speaking, this is moving. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying. I'm also trying to balance a lot of ambient noise behind me. And I don't necessarily like being the... Well, scary game. Hey, Zoe has her... You don't like it when I whisper. What about when Zoe whisper? Bruce doesn't catch it up as much. It's okay, Jen. We're done with that. I hope you had a good nap. I'm back to being covered in ink, and well, we're not going back up that way. So creepy. Brain is processing. Oh, did you were waiting for Tuesday. I was making an adjustment. I think I may still have some tweaks to my microphone. Yeah.
Go to the door behind you.
There. It's all a matter of playing with the attack time and all that stuff. I lost all my settings, so I think the close time might still be. Push it back to. Put that back. 50.
I'm gonna get a snack too.
You go get your snack. I just have to remember I'll be right up on top of the mic today. No, I don't want you. Nobody wants you. Management office. Whoa. Somebody's been writing on the walls. Oh, for those of you who are just tuning in for the first time for our event today, the two trackers you see above me, one is for me, that's the top one, and the other one is for Cellist Mike, who will be on the stream later. In lieu of streaming this year, he's been on my stream most of the time. He's currently playing a game with his brother. that's creepy. That was creepy. I bet Jen's not around. She would have not liked that one. Happened here. Probably gonna need that later.
Yeah, go to the door that you saw before, the one that looked like a vault door.
Okay, I'll go back. Clearly we're not supposed to go in there. I hadn't turned that way yet. Give me a second.
Definitely something missing here.
You think? Just maybe, possibly? Like, this whole game isn't creepy.
Yeah, but the next part spooked me.
Noted. Boom, boom, boom. Down in my ears. Lovely. Performance art. I guess. This is just creepy. Can I get up here? I was gonna see if I could make that thing play. Interesting how they can take what's basically all flat art will make it look a little depth. I hear rustling.
I'm not gonna find anything in the safes.
Thank you. Nope, not turning my back to you, Mr. Creeper McCreeperson.
They told me I was perfect for the role. Absolutely perfect. Now Joey's going around saying things behind closed doors. I can always tell. Opportunity for me? I'll hear him out. But if that smooth talker thinks he can double-cross an angel and get away with it, well, oh, he's got another thing coming. Alice? Ooh, she doesn't like liars.
Everybody behave. Denfrox is here. We all know how much of a stickler he is for decorum. So if that wasn't Susie, was that Allison?
No, that was Susie. There's always a name at the top of these.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, Denfrox was kind enough to take time out of his busy, college life, being the popular gentleman that he is,
So that's how it works.
and come hang out with us. More books. Me out here. Whoa, where'd they go? I don't like it when these things are moving around, because usually when they're moving around, they're coming after me. That is not okay. Really, who wants ink blobs chasing them?
Don't worry, that was supposed to happen.
Good timing, Jen. You came back right when everything went kablooey. Could be all 5. Enter the darkness. This is the point in the movie where we're all looking at the person going, no, don't do that. That's the way you get killed.
This part really reminds me of the underground in Epic Mickey 2.
I haven't made it that far in that game.
Neither have I just know what it looks like.
Oh. Clearly you have a dirt problem. That or you have being a wedged problem. Is it me, or does this just not feel like you're in some giant stomach?
I can get across here if I can find a way to fix this.
Of course it's broken. That's not a bridge. Like a, what do they call those things? Go up to the top of the mountain. Can't think of the word.
Do you want me to explain what that is?
No. But, not a ski lift, but those things are that you ride in a car up to the top of a mountain. I forget the name. The light's fine. What the heck is going on? Groot, I think you've had all the peanut butter that you're going to get from. Yeah. But did you notice that the light up there, up above, isn't flickering as much? Nope. 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 No. No.
You didn't break anything that was supposed to happen.
I assumed it was supposed to happen when I hit the switch. But it does not mean I like what's in there. I have very rarely encountered a big vat of ink, and it's been a good thing. Bacon. I keep wanting to say beans. Well, I guess those lights are acting like that. See, it doesn't look like it's flickering. I mean, on the wall it is. What do I do with this? Alice. What am I supposed to do with all of this? Oh. What am I supposed to do with it? Missing a cog. saw one somewhere. Oh. That's what the glob was for. I cannot for the life of me remember what those things are called. Yeah, because this is smart. Go out over a gaping chasm. See? 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 No. It was entirely unnecessary. There's a lot of things in here I don't like. Right now, what I'd like is something I could... I mean, I need to go check myself. That was a lot. I don't want to keep going. With the arms to grab me. Look, there's holes in the wall. No, stay exactly in the middle. Stay right in the middle. Nope. Nope. Creep, creep, creep. Oh, things are moving.
I see you there, my little errand boy. Your angel is always watching.
Ew, no.
What is it that keeps you going?
I don't have an option?
Is it the thrill of the hunt? The thirst for your freedom?
Determination.
Or perhaps you're just looking for a little friendly wolf?
Is it determination or determination?
Better hurry, errand boy. Boris is having trouble staying in one piece.
You're saying he's coming to pieces.
This is fine.
I miss my axe. I miss my wrench. I miss my plunger. What? Just something so I can pop things on the head. What's happening? No. No, no, no. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. There'd be like 7 dwarves down here singing and whistling while they work. Ah, what's happening? On perp? Is it in the game? Is it so fast? Well, at least I have a place to hide now.
He always finds me. Oh no! I just want to go home. When do we go home? When do we go home?
feeling like I'm missing stuff, but it keeps telling me I'm taking too long. Bacon! Are you aching? For some bacon? Yes, the cans are full of bacon.
Bacon soup.
Yeah. Guy's not going to be pooping for a while. Got so much bacon in him. Nope. Nope. No. I won't. No. Do I have to? Do I have to?
Whether you like it or not, you're going in.
Oh. No. Don't touch me. Please don't touch me. No. You. What am I supposed to do?
Walk past them.
I don't want to. Am I supposed to not bump them?
No, it doesn't matter. They won't hurt you, and you can't hurt them.
Well, you can do anything besides cry?
No, you're just supposed to go into the vent. Because everything good happens in vents.
That's a Hollywood vent.
A dead body was found in this vent once. Okay, that's not a very funny story.
I don't find most of what's happening in this to be funny.
That was a reference you won't understand.
Enjoy your movie.
You might need to check your smell. I smell something.
Your smells?
Yes. Yes.
I need to do stretches when this is over. I keep clenching. Where do I go? Guessing I can't knock this down. That makes it easy. What movie are you going to be watching, Jen? You missed it. We watched Onions to start the stream. Lots and lots of onions. You're going to go from watching me play this to watching The Shining. That makes sense. Well, make sure you bring a nice change of clothes.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
I got diapers on hand. I may need to borrow a few. What are you? Is that Boris?
No, these are the people who have. These are the people who have died here, and/or were consumed and are now immortal and can't die ever. They're also trapped here forever.
So what you're saying is we walked into a giant dead creature slave enslavement facility, a prison for dead people who can never die.
Well, Joey Drew is the reason why they're all here.
Wait, I thought we were Joey Drew.
No, we're Henry Stone.
don't want to come up and see you.
You don't have a choice.
Shh. Stop giving me bad news. Eggs. Can I eat eggs instead of bacon? Why is everything about bacon? She's sitting over here tapping. These things just keep getting bigger and bigger. Can I get into this one? But it doesn't matter now, right? Didn't you say once I hit a certain chapter that doesn't work anymore?
No, I said that sometimes they don't work.
Put it all the way down there. I'm not going to run into him until I'm up here. What madness have we walked into now? Is he planning a theme park?
For 40 years, I've built attractions that stagger the imagination. Colossal wonders, such as the world has never seen. I have earned my legacy with sweat. Right in front of everyone. High-level investors, Wall Street tycoons. The ever-tactless Joey Drew introduces me, the great Bertram Piedmont, as Bertie, like I was his child. You may be paying me, Mr. Drew, but you don't own me. I'll build you a park, bigger than anything you could ever possibly conceive. But before you go taking any bows, Mr. Drew, know that this grand achievement will belong to me, and to me alone.
Somebody's not happy. It's not just me. Downstairs. Oh, Jen, if you're still there, I added a new command. Oh, it's ELUP. You should try it out. See what happens. Again, why is this here if the thing isn't coming? Am I gonna have to come back through here at some point?
It's there just in case. Bendy comes at random.
Lovely. There, I hit. And that is current as of when they ended the event. I haven't seen any. Up. Nope. Bendy hell as opposed to land. That guy sitting right there? Yeah. He's up there, and he's not the big one walking around, so.
Alright. In this chapter, there is, the projectionist dies. There's a jump scare. You have to fight 2 bosses. And, this is my favorite chapter ever.
I think we've had the jump scares. Flip is the one that doesn't come running to Leia. Punching in on the speaker, right? Sylvester. That's Sylvester.
These guys down the warehouse get to play games all day while I'm stuck
Sylvester. Hi, Sylvester. Kitty, 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 kitty. But any wonder that he went down this road? All these things of him fighting fires and stuff. Well, as long as he's comfortable.
This haunted house seems like the way to go, but it's gonna need some power. Hang in there, Boris. I'm coming.
How do I hold the fire? Ah, that's not what I meant to do.
Tell me, are you having fun? I'm sure Boris doesn't mind waiting for his rescue party.
Only took 3 tries. You should make tea. What kind of tea are you going to make? I have a mix of green tea and black tea. Oh, I thought you were going to say something. Looking around. This is how you find the things that you miss. You look around for things that you can mess with. He's not gonna come by? So she, another no she's missed. What the? Let's try that again, shall we? I didn't realize it was a turn. What did you say? What did you say, Zoe?
It can't if you leave one bottle knocked over.
Oh. On each one or just one total?
It doesn't matter. Just hit them.
I'll try it again. Oh. Oh. Yay me. I want to. Be fun. I wonder if this will. I inverted the mount. Good. Let's uninvert for a moment. All right. is a limit to the bullets. I thought you said it didn't make a difference. Oh, I gotta reinvert things. You guys are creepy.
That's one.
Like someone shot that thing in the head. Cog.
Another day, another dollar.
I'm gonna leave for a little bit because I'm starting to get a headache.
Okay, so and this one over here. Yes. Something to look at. The creepy light coming from. It's like a projectionist, but I don't see anything projecting. What? Anything to mess with here? Yeah, there's definitely nothing here. Yeah, I got no ups. Absolutely no ups. Wonder if any of them will just open. Nope. Gonna mute for a second. Bye, Jen. See you after you care yourself. That one has a halo on it. I don't remember if they all have halos. Maybe this door will open if I... Nope. Maybe I have to throw a switch on the other one. And then it will open some of these. Let's try that. Oh, see, there we go. I had that thought earlier and I didn't follow up on it. I should have.
Looks like I've got some company up ahead. Without some kind of weapon, I don't stand a chance. There's gotta be a way around them.
Questions, where do I need to go? Over there? Have all of these. Oh. I feel a sneeze coming. Odd, only one came. Don't want to waste them all. Still have to come back out after all. Creator lied to us. Heard that.
The only thing that works around here is my ulcer. Half these people don't know a wrench from a dang steamroller. Bunch of morons is what they are. Spend their day in the warehouse arguing over who's supposed to be doing what or playing them silly games. Still, I'm not complaining. I get most of my time to myself. Suits me just fine. Only thing that bothers me is that mechanical demon in the corner. Bertram's been working on it for a month now. Says it'll walk someday, maybe dance. All it does now is give me the creeps. I swear, when my back's turned, that thing's moving.
Keep hearing him crying in the background, and the way it's going past me in the sound, it feels like someone is behind me mumbling or something. It did it to me again. Wasn't sure how I was going to be able to throw it so that it would go to the other side of the room. Come on, leave. Yeah, put me up here. Functional near death. button. Those right here. I'd actually hit one of them in the head. What? Where did I miss? I flipped the switch. Go. Thieves. No, it switched. I was just looking. I don't know how to get over there now. No, I'm out of cans. And there are no more back here. I don't think I'm going to be able to run past them. My only shot? You mean up there? No, there's just cans. I tried to look over here to see if there was anything, but yeah, I'm gonna go grab some more cans. And start offering them up. Might as well take them. Yeah, I see it now. Grab another can while we're at it. Oh. Those lighting effects hard on the eyes. That's not what I meant to do. I had to hit one of them. Not that. No reason. Just because I could. Guess I don't need those anymore. This door. Follow the sound of the machinery. Okay. You're sitting in a way to. If you can't sit here, I'm just gonna. Me. I think Zoe's gonna lay down, so I'm gonna. Different. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put us on a break for a bit while I go take care of some things, and I will be right back.
Is just basically the whole neighborhood source. We went straight to Monacar Junior Hospital.
They give me warm blankets, and I played on the Wii, and I was on the treadmill. I was doing it sideways, doing it straight, and doing it the other way. The other way is nice because she helped me heal my wounds. Well, I don't quit because I watch this show and it's there ninjas in it, and they say ninjas never quit, and I never quit.
I got diagnosed with bipolar disorder when I was 7. It's a really unique disorder, I think. You get really high, really manic, bouncing off the walls, like everything's great, everything's perfect, I don't need medication, all this stuff, and then you drop and it's like everything is awful. Like, why am I doing this? Why am I here? I want to be very clear, I would not be sitting here without medication. We need those things to survive. And I think we need to start sitting down and having a conversation about how can we make that accessible to the people that need them. No 7-year-old should feel like they want to commit suicide, and that's what I felt like. I'm 16, I still shouldn't have to think about that. I shouldn't have to think about how am I going to go to college because of how am I going to get the emotional support? How am I going to move out of my house? How am I going to keep a job? I don't really relate to kids my age. I think that comes back to I've had to grow up so much faster, so I have bad knees. My back hurts occasionally. I like knitting. Hi, my name is Bella, and I am a 65-year-old woman.
As a police officer, I'm in positions where I see the worst in people. Nobody ever sees a cop unless there's a problem, so, we're always walking into problems or issues, and so I've kind of become a little callous, if you will.
We never thought that we would ever be in the situation that we were in. It was an accident. It was something that we never thought it could happen.
I knew nothing about Children's Specialized Hospital. I never knew about any of the pediatric care. I, too, was like many other folks who thought that children were just scaled-down versions of adults. And you realize that they're not.
Hello?
Around 5:15, we had a phone call. There had been an accident and that they had called 911.
Got there and I saw a police car in front of the house.
We didn't know what to expect.
So I ran into the house and I looked, and there was...
I couldn't walk in when I saw my daughter that way.
Our friend laying on the floor holding Ariana. The little boy, a day or two, he was 9, his father had bought him a kid's compound bow. He was getting ready to get his hunting license. The little boy picked up the bow, grabbed one of his father's target arrows, and rather than going out in the backyard and having a clear line of sight to the target, he was shooting from the garage into the backyard.
So when she ran, she came right across and the arrow hit her in between her eye and her nose.
Missing her brainstem by, I believe the doctor said it was 1/8 of an inch, but still severing that MCA and causing her to have a major stroke.
She the arrow out herself, and then she just fell on the floor.
We got to the hospital, and we were told that she probably wouldn't make it through the night.
That was the beginning of our nightmare.
So an arrow hit you? Is that right? Ariana hadn't read her last rites.
I got hit by a bow and arrow. I couldn't speak, I couldn't talk, I cannot walk.
They put her in a medically induced coma initially for 2 weeks. We started to lose her.
So they had to let her be, and then slowly for another week until she was able to wake up.
And she was able to wake up.
Dr. Weiss said to us after a week, okay, no more trach. She can breathe at home. And that was scary, but she did it.
There you go.
The one hospital fixed her physically, but somebody had to take care of her and get her right mentally.
We tell everyone that we don't know what we would be or what we would do if we didn't have Children's Specialized Hospital by us. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and things are gonna be okay.
And then we met the folks from Children's Miracle Network, and it was like meeting angels.
I can walk, I can talk. Right now I can talk much.
She doesn't recognize there are things she can't do.
And even after doing therapy, we always wondered, is our little Ariana coming back? And she's definitely back.
It's a beautiful day. I wanna make it stay. Shine a little light, make today alright. Just wanna make it stay. This beautiful day. This beautiful day. This beautiful day.
When I was 10, I was hit and ran over by a car. I suffered a traumatic brain injury, a ruptured spleen, a broken tibia, a broken clavicle, and multiple skin graftings. For the traumatic brain injury, it affects my frontal temporal lobe. So that's depression, anxiety, emotion, all of my emotions. A lot of people think that mental health isn't really such a big deal and, oh, you have mental problems, like, go to therapy, you'll be fine. But even when you go to therapy, you can't live in your therapist's office. You have to go through daily life. You have to see other people. You have to be around everybody. A lot of different things in my life have gotten better because of the car accident. It's made me a stronger person, and I don't believe old Alexis would have, she was great and all, but this Alexis, I love her better. If you give donations to Children's Miracle Network, it's not about the money, it's about the love, and it's about the life that you're saving, so that that person can have love as well.
Whenever a family has a child with an illness, you never know where that journey's going to take you. And we always prayed for a miracle.
She was the flyer. She's the one that they would, get and throw into the air.
She was this cute, petite, tiny little girl with just a head full of long, blonde hair. She wasn't afraid of heights. In fact, she wasn't really afraid of anything.
I've got a story just like anyone else. A wise man said shall pass. Oh yeah. I can walk on. I'm gonna go all the way this time. Never coming down. Gonna reach the stars. I'm going high.
We had noticed she had just gotten weak. I said, "What's the matter with you?" I said, "You're a tumbler. You can tumble and do backflips, you know, without knowing." And it progressed from that to she fainted a couple times. You know, and we thought it was, oh, she's got a virus or whatever. So I took her into the doctor the next day, and they immediately sent us to Texas Children's Hospital.
She was just, from the moment I met her, she was about 11 years old, she just had a sort of magical presence about her, and nothing would keep that girl down.
Victoria was diagnosed at the age of 11 and a half with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The cure rate for leukemia is the 80%. When Victoria was told that she had cancer, that's the only time we saw her cry. And Dr. Dreyer walked in and told her that 80%, 85% rate cure. So Victoria accepted that. She said she wasn't worried anymore.
In today's world, we cure, go away forever, about 80% of children. In 1965, we cured 5% of children. So the improvement is unbelievable. And Victoria actually had a particular subtype of ALL that the cure rate should have even been better than that.
Victoria's treatment was to take 2.5 years. And at the end of 2.5 years of chemo, Victoria was to be finished with her treatment.
So during that time, you know, she had some good days, she had some bad days.
When she was sick, she still would put on her cheerleading suit and go do cheerleading. I have lots of pictures and important memories in my office, and one of the ones that I get to see every day is my beautiful picture of Victoria as an angel at our Camp Periwinkle. I'm the camp doctor. I've been the camp doctor for 20 plus years. And I took a little girl who was suffering from cystic fibrosis and cancer. And she was in Tori's cabin. But Victoria would come around, 11:30 in the morning, 12, get this little girl all ready for the day's activities for the afternoon. And she got this little girl ready to go to the dance. I will never forget that little girl at that dance. What a wonderful support Tori was, because without Tori, this little girl would never have had the camp experience that she did.
She feels great. How does my heart sound?
It's a little off. It kind of sounds like a bunny.
Oh.
I like bunnies.
Oh, you like bunnies?
I love them. Okay, you're good.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to hand this over to Dr. Frickback and see what she has to say.
Well, what's your name again?
My name is Bunny McBunkbunk.
Well, Bunny McBunkbunk, today our breaking story is about a little dog named Arfie. Let's ask Arfie.
In 2005, Texas children held their first radiothon with the Children's Miracle Network Hospital, and that's where we met Doc.
We were doing a radiothon at a radio station in Houston, Texas, and she was the kind of kid that you could hear her coming long before she got to your soundproof studios. She was very full of energy. She was just 10 or 11 years old and was already considered a long-term survivor of leukemia.
You know, here she is, lying up in bed, tubes connected to her. She didn't go and cry about it or bemoan her situation. She went around to try to visit these other kids to make them feel better. And I think that's really the legacy of her.
At the end of 2.5 years, when Victoria's treatment was over, they performed another spinal tap and a bone marrow test. The Dr. Dreyer called us. I remember it was a Thursday, and she said, "I cannot believe this, but Victoria has relapsed." Because of the seriousness of her relapse, they told Victoria that her next option was to receive a bone marrow transplant.
Our community really rallied behind our family and our church. You know, we even had signs, "Pray for Victoria." So it wasn't just our family, it affected everybody.
and she made it through, and 9 months later, she relapsed again.
Joellen called me, and she had just the worst news ever, and that is that Victoria's cancer had returned.
So this was 3 times she was told that she had cancer. And so we began another journey to receive a second bone marrow transplant.
Victoria at that time decided she was going to fight and entered the hospital for what would turn out to be an extremely long stay, many, many, many months. And so as a result of this extended stay, I saw that there wasn't as much for her to do as you can stay placated with as a young person.
And he asked her at that time, he said, "Victoria, do you like to play video games?" She said, "I love to play video games."
So I put the word out to a website that I worked with called Sarcastic Gamer, and the online community responded in droves. What I expected to be a couple of games that might come from here and there instead turned out to be things coming from all over the world.
And we started receiving boxes of games.
We had games that came in from Asia and Europe, and
He was receiving games from all over Texas, all over the United States.
so much so that it became sort of overwhelming. Tori had to end up giving it away to other kids who were also stuck in the hospital.
She was the one to go around to be that extra person for all these other children.
It just doesn't seem right that a child should be sick. It's not right that a child stay in a hospital and that they're confined to the hospital and their 4 walls and they're not experiencing the other things that children are doing.
She couldn't be around other people that could have any infections. You know, when she was out, she had to wear her masks.
During this time, Victoria contracted a fungal infection, which is from a very low immune system, and she had little to no immune system left.
And I asked her what she wanted for Christmas, and she said, "I'd really just like to get out of this hospital and go see Christmas lights. Christmas lights are something my family and I go see together all the time, and I can't even leave to go see Christmas lights."
We knew that during the final stages that we weren't going to have Victoria with us much longer.
We were only outside for about 10 minutes, but it was a very special 10 minutes. There wasn't a lot of talking. We just looked at lights. And after about 10 minutes, we rolled back upstairs to her room, and we had our picture made in front of a little Christmas tree. And I said goodbye. And that picture is one of my most prized possessions because it was taken just moments before I saw my friend for the last time. And Victoria passed away before I could get back to see her.
The miracle that we received was that we had her for the time that we had her.
I brought her picture, and I just put that on the table. And I said, you know, this is what we look at every day during this radiothon, during this campaign.
Victoria passed away on January 21st, 2008, after a 4-year battle with leukemia, failed bone marrow transplants, and fungal infections.
It was as a result of Tori's death, sitting at her funeral, that I made up my mind that I needed to be doing this, not just a couple days a year with a radiothon, that I needed to be doing this with my life.
Doc wanted to do something special for Victoria, in memory of Victoria, and he came up with a fundraiser called Extra Life. And this fundraiser would be for the gaming community.
It just occurred to me that gamers should be able to do the things they love to help sick and injured kids as well. And so Extra Life was born. 1,200 gamers showed up on October 15th in 2008.
With this year's Extra Life Gaming Marathon, we're helping save kids' lives. You don't even have to be a crime-fighting superhero.
Each and every year afterwards, it continued to grow. Gamers responded by being able to game for their local hospitals. The next year, 4,500 gamers showed up, raised almost $500,000. The year after that, it was 15,000 gamers raising $1 million, and the next year, 17,000 gamers raising $2.1 million. Video games are like the #1 form of entertainment on planet Earth, have been now for quite a while.
Anyone could be involved in Extra Life.
Gamers aren't that pale kid in mom and dad's basement. They're mom and dads, they're aunts and uncles.
A young child to an older adult to a grandparent.
You can take all that fun of playing games for 24 hours and reach out to your friends and bring them to your environment.
Or if you want to play a board game, a card game.
The funds that Extra Lifers raise can go to a variety of purposes in the local area at the local hospital.
So maybe your extra $20 or your extra $50 goes to curing 87% of children with leukemia.
They might buy an isolette for a baby that is born the size of a cell phone and has to fight for its life.
I can guarantee you that that money goes directly back to these children to keep this from happening again to someone else's child.
Getting involved with Extra Life is really simple. You just have to go to the website at extra-life.org, put in a few details in there, join a team if you'd like to, or create one. After that, it's as simple as fundraising with your friends and family. Let them know why you are doing this. They should know that the money you raise is going to stay local in your community.
We never will truly lose Victoria because she will live for all of us through this.
It started with a little girl in Orange, Texas.
Back. So, yeah, that's the story of the girl who struggled against cancer and her way of, serving others while she was suffering. Served as the inspiration for this. And this year we've raised another $12 million. I don't remember what the overall is, but I think it's over 85 million total. I'd have to check. I don't remember. Oh, I gotta hold on. I gotta adjust some settings again. And one of them is to let you have desktop audio. We raised $410 since on Friday. So closing. I'm messing with the mic so that it will pick me up and not. I need to put these back to how I had them before. We'll see how that goes. But yes, since we've started on Friday, we've raised another 410, and we are less than 200 from the first goal. And I would love to raise that as we go through the rest of the year, but that's up to you guys. I'm going to switch over to Empyrean now. I'm playing solo for right. That this thing just keeps being a pain in the neck. Which I don't know why all of a sudden now this game just refuses to play nice in OBS was working great, and now it's not. It's very annoying. At some point, Jealous Mike will be joining me, and I will switch over to playing multiplayer with him. But for now, this is where I am. I'm trying to play it with a controller, so I I'll probably still use the mouse when I'm trying to do targeting. Mission is stock taking. Place portable construct. Right, so I need to go back to my other. That's not what I do. Okay. Okay. Head outside. I can remember where the gate is. There it is. Head this way. I think I need to adjust the system volume a little so it's not quite as reverberating. Well, very loud in my ears. And that matters because earlier I missed an alert from Extra Life. Actually, I need to adjust the microphone a little. There we go. Now let's go back to the writing. This is definitely easier on this. A whole lot easier. Grab all my goodies. Boy, it's been foggy ever since that one really nice day, and then it rained, and it's been foggy ever since. Wonder if that has something to do with the fact that the gas giant is behind the horizon. It's unclear to me. I actually could probably start. Do. It says press. And it just puts it right back on my thing. I think it's no. Yeah, right. It says D-pad down. Oh, that's well, let me pick it up that way. Frustrating. The heck? What you have? This is getting annoying. Like, down and B. And these things don't make sense. Got that that's reload. Switch view. Roll right, roll left. Got that. I open, yeah. Oh, okay, I see it now. Takes some getting used to. That's just. I think the game just locked it. I think I may go back to playing without the controller. Simplify. Practice that since I'm already used to playing it without the controller. Keep doing that for now. Riding the motorcycle was definitely. I definitely enjoyed that much more. About the game crash. But it gives me a chance to talk about the hospital. Providence. 2 years ago, they used the money that we raised to buy a giraffe warmer and to help some parents who needed classes to help them with raising their kid, and got car seats for the underprivileged and helped supported the Child Life team. They're the ones who are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So split between the teams, so it was nice to be able to give them support that. I know I didn't get it. I wasn't able to ask them what they did with the 2019 funds, but I'm sure they were able to do some very cool things. Process this. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this. Take what I can for now. Hopefully that base has some cargo boxes. That's all I'm going to be able to take for now. I'll have to come back for the rest of that. Really wish I hadn't messed up that hover bike. And off we go. Vroom, vroom, vroom. It's too bad it's so cloudy. This planet is really pretty when the skies are clear. You were commenting on it yesterday. It was quite impressive. Wait. Make sure I'm getting that. Come on. Understand this stupid map. Trying to figure out, and we end up creating these. What to create?
Hello.
Hi.
Are you streaming?
Yeah. I keep trying to make things appear on my HUD that are like on the map, but they keep turning them into waypoints instead.
What do you mean?
Like
so waypoints is a specific
I know.
thing in the game? Is that what you mean?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to select something that's already marked on the map and make it visible on my HUD.
Okay, so on the map, move your cursor over to where the name, move it over to the thing that you want to mark for yourself. Understanding that it's already marked on your map, but move your cursor over to it until the words that name it pop up on it. So it's like usually the cursor has to be right there.
Okay, so I see the name.
Right click until you see the name, and then right click, and it brings up a menu of a customizable marker that you can assign. And in that, one of the options is to leave on the, leave on the HUD.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to just keep hitting your scanner.
Mm-hmm.
Pop up. All right, so it's installed. I've done what I think, the first level of I think this should work on the port forwarding. But I'm going to go ahead and start the server and try see how it runs on the PC while I'm playing.
Man, look, I don't understand how day to day these levels keep changing. Like yesterday, I had to turn you down, and I could barely hear some of the things in Bendy. Today, the things I could barely hear, and I didn't make any changes to Bendy. Suddenly, they're much louder, and you're much quieter.
You also have a much more complex audio setup than most people.
Yeah, but this is just how your sound. This is just how your sound is coming through on the system audio.
I don't know. I mean, I bumped up all my input and volumes since last time, which could have an effect on it. I mean, not since last time, but during yesterday's stream when Jen said she couldn't hear.
The issue I'm having right now is in order to be able for the game sound to not overwhelm you, I have to have it almost completely down to nothing in my ears. It's either it's loud or you're loud. I can't have both. And I've already got the volume down so low.
Okay, have the server running.
Balancing it.
Runs with just me on it.
No, I'm playing with other levels.
Just let me know if you need me to say anything.
Okay, I think I got it.
Do you need me to say something?
That was enough. I was watching the levels so I could balance them.
Okay.
This is why people tend to just stick to one game when they stream. get everything set just right and then don't change it.
Yeah.
So I was trying to play this with the controller, and riding the motorcycle is much easier, but the controls to like pick things up, it kept saying D-pad down plus A, and it would just put me on the thing. I could not figure out how to just pick things up.
You're using a controller? Or
I
you're
was
just
trying to, but I couldn't like figure out how to pick things up. Hold on. Mom's trying to
I
donate.
got the password prompt, but I mean, I can do a local host. I'm not going to have to. Trying to remember why.
I'm trying to figure out where I can store stuff now that I'm here. Here's a refrigerator at least. She's trying to log into her and pay through PayPal. That's what she's trying to do. That's all I need to do. Base part. Some parts of this is just they don't tell you what to do. I'm trying to figure out how P isn't functioning. So how do I get thing up so I can turn the stupid machine on? Because all I can do is access it like I'm dumping stuff in. That was a question.
I'm sorry, I need to turn my game volume down. Just exit the game. Say it again, please.
How do I, if P is not working, how do I turn the device on? All I can do is access it like I'm dumping stuff in.
What device?
Of any device, really.
You're probably too far away from it. That's why I asked what device. Because if you're inside a base, then P not working would absolutely not be that. But if you're outside your base or next to something.
Access first device that uses this container. That will connect the food processor. The lights.
Want to help? I need more details.
The lights on the fridge are off. It doesn't look like it's powered on. The food processor also doesn't look like it's powered on. But it's lit on. Like, I mean, when I open it, when I go to the food processor and press F up at the top,
yeah,
the thing is to the right. It's green.
Okay. So you're inside your base.
Yeah, and P's not working.
Okay. Just bear with me. You asked for my help. I don't have to help you. If you don't want me to help you, I won't. But just I need to process through to get information before I can help troubleshoot an issue. Okay, so have you built the core so that this is actually your base?
No, I know right now I'm just trying to bring stuff from, because I don't have the hover vehicle. I'm just trying to dump stuff off so I can go back and pick up the rest of it.
If you have not put a core into anything, whether it be a base, a hover vehicle, a small vessel, or a capital vessel. If you have put your own core into it, P is not going to work because it's not yours.
Okay. But how
It's
okay.
just that it's not yours.
Okay, so then what's the other way to make sure a device is turned on?
It won't be turned on if there's no core. It's not on. It's not on. There has to be a device. Base or a ship does not work. Period. Any part of it, unless there's a core. I mean, storage, you can put something in a container, but you're not going to be able to. A fridge isn't going to have power because the generators can't run.
Fine, I just gotta find a storage container.
I mean, you should be able to put stuff in the fridge, right?
I was able
It's
to
just
put
not
it
gonna
in.
be refrigerated.
Yeah, and most of what I have there isn't anything left. For crying out loud, people, why would you not have storage readily available? Goes out to the landing pad. Bases don't make sense. That's an automatic door outside. Don't need that. Oh, wait a minute. Doors aren't closing. I should close them. Okay. Refrigerator. And over here. I saw a lift somewhere, but I can't remember where. Oh, here? Yes. No, that's not it. Ah, here it is. No. This is toilet. Nice. Next to the fridge. What is this thing? Closet. Okay. If I can put all this stuff in here, I'm going to. You're not telling me I can't. Okay, so there was a closet right around the corner. So I think I left the portable constructor back over there. Well, I gotta go back and finish getting all of the stuff out. Anyway, so and I actually didn't get to verbally say this on stream yet, but earlier when we were playing and I didn't hear the alerts because, again, OBS just changed some of the settings. We got a $50 donation, and I'd like to thank Zenfrox for his donation. That puts us over 800, so we've now, we're up to 810, so we've now received more since I started Game Day on Friday than I had raised prior to. And that puts us less than $200 away from the $1,000 goal, which if anybody is checked on the page, if that happens, I have to dye my hair blue for a month. Obviously, if something really important comes up, I'll have to cut it short and, I don't know, dye it blonde or just buzz it. But that was the deal. We'll see. Originally, it was supposed to be the top end. I was starting at 3,000.
Okay.
But because of everything that was going on, I lowered it. Or maybe it was always 1,000. And that was the only one that was left. Well, besides the co-stream with Zoe. Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's right there. Okay, so let's get this. Really wish I could figure out how to pick this storage box up now that I've dropped it. Oh well, let's leave it here for now. Until I get a multi-tool, until I get multi-tool chargers, I'm not going to be able to. Look at the tech tree. Tools. Not yet on that one. Miscellaneous. Mm. It's under weapons. Well, maybe it's just because I have it, it's going to let me scan real quick before we head off. Yeah. Pretty much everything I'd seen already. Once more. Now I don't have to bring anything else until I can actually remove that cargo box. It's just going to sit there. Some of the things about this tutorial you kind of have to read ahead so you know what you're going to be doing. So you don't do things like build a cargo box and then set it down on the ground and then you can't pick it up. Yeah. Yeah, riding the motorcycle with the controller is so much easier. You still have to do the whole backing up thing and stuff, but it's all one. Yeah. It's all just the pad, like the controller pads, the D stick. You don't have to worry about anything else.
Alright, so I'm in game, it's running. So far, yeah, the CPU seems to be just fine. It's sitting at, yeah, I've got plenty of memory left. It's got 3 gigabytes free, still, even with me in it and playing. So I think by the time we get to, I mean, I'm only running 60 gigabytes, so if this continues to work fine, I'll probably want to get more. But until we have massive bases of capital ship, it's not an issue.
Shoot. Go, 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 go. Get away
So
from
I'm
the
thinking this is going to work.
raptors. Alright, let me dump this stuff in my base. And then I'll switch over.
Alright, so the work as far as I'm connecting to the local host, so I won't have any port forwarding issues, but we'll have to confirm whether that works or not.
If it takes too long to
And if not,
work, yeah, we can switch back.
Yeah. I mean, if all else fails, I can just plug it into the external router that already is set up for that I've already confirmed work with Minecraft.
Set this over here for the moment. Not that it's going to help it in there. And then let's set deconstruct again, or the portable constructor. It's going to make me put it someplace else. Alright, let's go down where the tent is. It's easy enough.
Well, by this time, when I was running with the laptop, it kicked me out twice, and my resources are still fine, and I haven't been kicked out. Good sign.
Yep. Yes. Sleep until morning, and then I will switch over to you.
If you don't mind, I don't want to be live when I'm telling you the IP address. Password.
Yeah, that's fine. Give me just one.
Okay.
Okay. They can hear me, but they can't hear you, so I won't say anything. I'm assuming still join a game, right? Then I've switched over to the talkie screen, so they can't see what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm at the server list. Pixel World. I was looking at friends, so. Okay, so was ist the password? Mm-hmm. Say the last three again. Okay. Let me put this back.
That my first shot at getting that port forwarding set up on the internal router worked.
It's nice when that works out that way.
I don't know if it's ever happened in my life.
Nope.
It also
Timeout.
makes me very happy. Huh?
Timeout. Like I got a timeout, then, so I'm just gonna keep me the talkie on the screen, the talkie screen on for now. All right, let's try doing the direct connect. Okay, so there you go. You're no longer on the stream. Direct connect. So I'm assuming I have to put in the IP and port. I'm gonna need those. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Just a colon between those, right? Yep. It is connecting. And we brought Chalice Mike back. Oh, yep. It says choose a starting planet.
It's the only one that's temperate. Let me close the browser. I don't want to waste resources.
But okay, so I just want to make sure I'm not creating a whole new world inside
You're
yours.
not. You're not.
So just
choose the one that's temperate, and you'll land on the same world I did.
okay. I'm scrolling through them. Yes, stageless.
If you want me to confirm that, I will.
No, it's fine. It's the only one that's temperate.
Yeah, it is.
It just had this feel like I was creating a whole new world, I suppose.
No, it's more so the world is already created. You're picking which location in the galaxy to start.
Yeah, I understand.
So the galaxy already exists. You're just picking your start.
I was just misreading. It just felt to me like I was about to make a mistake.
Yeah, it definitely feels that has the appearance of world creation, world generation.
I am landing in mountains.
All right, let me get the factions set up. So we have the second faction.
Swing this thing around to land in this plain area over here.
All right, and then once you've landed and grabbed everything you need to grab, if you wouldn't mind requesting an invite to the faction.
Okay, so pixels.
Yeah.
I have applied for membership. I hope you approve my application. I'm not a total noob at this, but I can definitely do entry level work.
so we should be able to see where each other are now. Yep. Alright, so I now have enough to build a portable constructor. Let me get that going.
Let me put some of these things down on my hot fire. Bandages over here. This for right here for right now. Survival constructor. Mining. This is a pretty world too. No, it doesn't have that big giant gas giant.
Which is very nice. But yeah.
Approach to our east, slightly north of east.
Yeah.
Let me see. Either way, one way or the other, I'm going across mountains.
If you can get some iron ore, you'll be able to build a portable constructor and make your motorcycle kit a motorcycle.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether it'd be faster to run or iron.
Well, motorcycle would definitely be faster.
But I mean, because you need iron for that, I don't know if...
Yeah, there's some resources near me I can check. In the direction of the mountains that I have to cross, there was nothing, so I'm backtracking just a little because there's one right over here near the coast.
Once my portable constructor is done, I'll lay it and build my motorcycle, and so we can make the trek together. I'll head over to you. Have a
Spooter. Spooter. Lots of spooters. Go away. Go away. One of you. Oh. Oh, stay away. Die, spiders, die. Spooters. No spooters. Hashtag no spooters. In my memory, when someone asked me yesterday about how, I think it was Nixie, about how big the spiders were, I didn't. No. Oh, I think I loot all of them when I did that. Maybe, let's see. No. Okay. Ew, that was disgusting. So, resource scanner. Yeah, in my memory they didn't seem to be quite... No, that's silicon. No. I want to go too far that direction. This game definitely feels like when they designed it, they really were trying to build it towards having a controller, because there was a lot of things that seemed really intuitive on the controller. I'm sure once I figure out how to do the pickup, the Shift F thing, that will be intuitive also. My escape pod vanish?
Is that complicated to you?
I couldn't figure out how to do it because you know how the tooltips pop up to tell you what to hit. So like Shift F to pick up your motorcycle.
Yeah.
All right. It said
Does it not
A to
do
press
that
it.
with the controller?
Yeah, A to press it. You know, put it down, and then the way to pick it up was D-pad down plus A, and every time I did that, it would just get me right back on the motorcycle. If I was trying to pick up the constructor, it just opened the constructor.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But outside of that, everything's, once you figured out where the buttons were for everything, it was nice. It was very intuitive. So I think maybe they were thinking, you know, have it on computers, but also have it on consoles.
Maybe. I mean, this game is so far from being in that realm of possibility yet.
Mhm.
That I can't comment.
Of course, I was gonna have this. I was
wanted
gonna
to
have.
put in
Go ahead.
native joystick support, so I don't have
Yeah.
to run a
Third-party app.
Party. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know. Did you try it with a controller before a joystick?
I don't use controllers on the PC.
Yeah. For me, I was fine playing most of it that way, but there was definitely going to be a point where I was going to still use the mouse to aim.
See, I just don't like using controllers if I don't have to. So I will for consoles, obviously, but I would much prefer a.
Well, I was using I was using the controller for Bendy.
Yeah. Well, and you grew up playing more console games than computer games, right?
Yes. I didn't like the computer games I played were mostly they were very simplistic games. I think like Police Quest style, Space Quest style side-scrolling games and strategy games.
Yeah.
Until I got the Sega Genesis, and then it was pretty much that.
The first complex controls game that I can remember playing was Thief: Deadly Shadows.
Mm-hmm.
That was a wonderful game, but yeah, the controls hands were all over the place.
Hmm. Obviously, I played Myst when it came out.
Yeah, but it wasn't really a complex controller game. It was point and click.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's why in terms of playing on the computer, it wasn't something that I really had to get a lot of practice at to get myself away from a controller. None of that. For a while, that was pretty much all. I was just playing those kinds of games, Myst, Riven, and there was a whole slew of them that they made. And when I got a laptop for as a graduation present, it was able to handle games like that. And by then, because it was the aughts, those games were all you could buy them for $5 at Walmart from the giveaway. It was like the almost giveaway bin. So I got so many. Siberia was one, Atlantis was one, and actually I have a lot of memories of playing those games while watching Stargate at her parents' house, because I'd seen a lot of them. So
yeah,
family night was basically where we're gonna watch Stargate.
West of me, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of. I've worked my way. I'm kind of just south of West. I can see is UCH Heidelberg is that you or something else?
The Heidelberg is the same ship that in my single player game that I turned into a base.
Yeah.
I don't know whether this is the same world or whether I don't think it's the same world, so it looks like a little bit different location. But I don't know.
Put it on my HUD so I can just keep heading that direction. I know you're passing just south of it. It's a bit chilly up in these hills.
So were you able to get the stuff you needed to make a motorcycle?
No, I haven't run into any iron yet. Copper and rocks. Actually, having to head a little north right now because of a slope. I wonder if now that I've connected to it this way, if I try to do the Friends, the Pixel World thing, if it'll work now.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. If nothing else, you'll have it in history.
Yeah, that's how I've been accessing
Maybe
the one
it's
we've been
hidden,
playing
so-
on. There you are. Hello.
Thanks, I don't think.
Yeah, I
So
haven't
can
seen
you
any
see
kind
my
of plant
marker
life.
that says home?
Not yet. The only marker I have on my map right now is Heidelberg. I see
I was
resources.
just, so the reason why I was asking is 'cause I was trying to determine if me marking things on the map showed them to you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I see resources
because
that you
can't
found.
see home,
Yeah.
then they don't.
Yeah. I can see resources that you found, but that's it.
But
Well, the
not
ones
my-
that you
my
found
ma-
after I
ma-
joined.
Custom markers.
Yeah, the ones that you did after I joined. Well, I'm gonna open an app so that it's available. Ow, stop kicking me out.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to. So I'm sitting at 13.4 of 16 gigabytes used. I'm definitely gonna have to order some more RAM before we get monstrosities of stuff going. Because as soon as we start having lots of vehicles or large vehicles, large bases, it's gonna start eating up more RAM. But that's fine. It's also I can't have a browser open.
Hmm.
Because
Well,
having the browser will take me.
couldn't the laptop serve as your browser?
Maybe. I mean, the laptop's in the room, but I could move it in here.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like in the meantime, to have a browser open in case you need it, that's the simplest answer.
Yeah.
Before you get the RAM.
I have a present for you.
Oh, you do?
I mean, we're close enough now, it doesn't matter for...
Hold still. Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
It's appreciated.
Also, how much food, how many bandages do you have?
I have 3 bandages, and I have 5 energy bars. Plus, I have some meat that's going to perish in 6 minutes.
Here's bandages. What? Fall.
Yeah, I managed to grab it right as it hit the ground.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was going to have to
So
run
we
down the slope.
could make the Heidelberg into a base, but to me, it took so much work for a base that you couldn't really customize. Oh man, broken leg. You know, I couldn't customize it very much. I would rather just salvage the Heidelberg and use salvage or retrieve its blocks. Well, so retrieve is only occasionally going to grab a block from unclaimed lands, unclaimed stuff. If you want 100% retrieval, you have to put a core in.
Forgot to check.
Did you start with partial health, with like less than half your health?
I fought spiders.
No, I can't see your health. I was asking you.
I
I'm not
don't-
asking you for you to tell
I
me
didn't-
why you have less health. I don't know what your health is.
Yeah, I didn't think to look at it until after I'd been attacked.
Oh,
They kind of came out of nowhere.
Because I started with like half or less.
Well, I was probably... They didn't hit me too many times, so I was probably the same. Very pretty. Too bad it's too cold up there on top of the mountains. Build a base up there.
I want to build a base right next to the water. The place where I have my eyes on is a little strip of desert that's flat right next to the water. The reason I want to do it right next to the water is because in my personal game, I had to travel every time I wanted to collect water.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to have it right there with the base is appealing to me.
And yeah, I should say, remind everybody that Chalice Mike is also fundraising. He's supporting the Children's Hospital of Georgia.
Children's Hospital, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure the link that I have right there will take you to, not that one. Yeah, I gotta adjust the CM in Augusta one. I'm not sure if you set a custom link for yours.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, instead of the number, you can do the name. When you go to it, it loads it as it loads the number on the thing.
Oh.
But instead of trying to tell someone, type this participant and then these numbers, you just tell them. And that's why I always do a.
Let me go see if there's anything in the fridge here before it spoils.
Mm-hmm. Vegetables.
If you go over where my tent is, you'll see where I wanted to build the home. And of course, if you don't want to build it there, we can build it somewhere different.
Where is your tent?
Across the water, there's a...
It's not appearing on my thing at all.
Keep going east, keep going east. Nearly straight east. You're going to have to angle just a little bit south, but it's on the eastern bank of the southern tip of the water.
Okay. I can find my way there.
I may not be able to get in to find the fridge because I don't have jet thrusters yet.
I see some stuff on my... Ooh. Iron. Big mosquito just flew by my head. Let's see. I guess I should unlock the constructor. Looking for the portable constructor. Should be able to make one. Yeah, you had all the iron over here.
Oh, dang it!
You break something?
My life. You know how the glitch sometimes throws... You remember the glitch that throws you up high?
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to jump up on a block and it did that, so when I fell, it killed me. Oh dang, I forgot to turn faction access on my constructor. No, I had over trying to grab my my bag, my backpack. You don't what? You said, I understand that. You don't have, what was the word after you said I don't have? Yeah, you should be able to build one in your personal constructor. A flashlight. But it only works when it's highlighted on your action bar. I picked a bunch of stuff over here. Okay, I'm giving up on trying to access this super refrigerator. The place where I have my stuff set up. This is a nice world, I like it. Put it in the constructor. Okay. To build it, you have put the kit in the input of the portable constructor, and then in devices is the motorcycle. The only required ingredient is a motorcycle kit. However, if the kit is not in there, it's going to try to build a kit, which is another constructible item. So yeah, put the kit in the input, and then devices is the motorcycle. This has faction access now. Concrete blocks as we can. I kind of want to get my personal goal right now is to get a flat surface set up and build some solar panels. So you have 3? You may have gotten one out of your escape pod. I did not. No, I did not get one. It's, oh, I thought you were asking if I didn't realize it. Yeah, but once we can get those solar panels set up, then we can get a refrigerator powered. Oh, did you make a flashlight? Oh, it is cold, isn't it? I'm gonna get hypothermia. I'm gonna, if I start feeling too cold, I'm gonna... Because you get that message that says too hot or too cold. Injuries in this game tend to be progressive, so they'll start off... Not always, sometimes they start off really bad, but they tend to be the first stage, and then if you don't get it dealt with, then it progresses to the next stage. But too cold doesn't really do much to you. I think it affects your movement speed, but as long as you get out of the cold after that comes up, should be fine. What are you trying to build? Oh. And there's also the resources in my own constructor I put down that you, if you don't have what you need, they might be in there.
And I muted my microphone a while ago, and it's... I don't know how long they could hear you, but not me.
Oh crap! That way around.
Yeah.
So they heard. So was when I wanted to be silent. Was
No. This was just a little while ago when you heard Michelle banging the pots.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's only been 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, strange noises like that bother me so little. I don't remember hearing Michelle banging any pots.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's easy for my brain to tune stuff out like that. Now, if I'm in an uncomfortable place, like if I'm out and about, then noises can be, add to the sense of overwhelming. But in a safe place where, like noises coming from your end don't even register on me usually. Yeah, I think that point of interest, the Heidelberg, I think that's just
there.
I think that's just coincidental. I don't think this is the same world that I was in. Yeah, because that was Akosh. This is not Akosh.
Base stuff. Looking at base stuff.
Yeah, we'll need lots of concrete blocks. We'll need a core. We'll need solar panels, capacitors,
Mm-hmm.
and of course, a refrigerator. Well, we'll need a small constructor as well. Some of those things we won't be able to build without a small constructor.
I get to that level.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at things.
I figured while you were looking at things we might need, I might go over the checklist of things we might need.
Yeah, in this case, I'm just looking at things that I'm gonna have to have unlocked.
Oh, not cool. I should have left that alien bug alone. Now I have a dermal burn.
Oops.
Ew, it farted and it sounded like diarrhea. I mean, it died and it sounded like a wet fart diarrhea.
Disgusting.
Oh crap, spiders.
Gonna be okay over there?
Yeah, I'm heading back to you in case I need your help, but I'm okay. Trying to bring him out of the shadows because they're hard to see right now. There we go. Got one.
I didn't realize that you could actually change the shape of cargo boxes.
Oh, anything with, yeah. So some things don't have that little greater than symbol,
Mhm.
sideways caret. But anything that does means there's options of some sort. Whether it be different devices, like decoration blocks have different options for devices. And then, yeah, you'll notice that the cargo boxes have different capacities.
Yeah.
And also some are airtight, some aren't. Which
Yeah,
matters
saw that.
later. Yeah.
What did you go find?
I was just mining resources and whatnot. So, like lots of silicone, for example, some veggies, things like that. Well, no veggies, but just random plants. Oh, put it all in my inventory. It's not what I meant to do. I just wanted the water in my inventory. That's it.
Well, when we get a place to set a cargo box, I have one. Feel better?
Oh, a cargo box. Okay. I do feel better.
That's good.
Poor.
It's a big rock tower over there.
Hmm.
The big.
Oh. Yeah.
Silicon case. $10 is not cold. There's some more iron.
You could come grab your portable heater cooler.
That's
Set
fine.
it up
I'm
next
not.
to you every time you move.
Yeah. I'm not staying in place very long.
Okay.
Honestly, I was just getting things so that I could get some XP. Where are you going? I shall follow.
Oh, I was just going to chop down trees while
Yep.
the constructor's working on the core and the base starter kit. This is a much better starting place than the one we had on the paid server.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was kind of in this weird spot between mountains and water and
nothing.
Not a lot of land. Gotta go a little faster.
Oh. Did you get anything from it?
I don't know. Noticing that the sound bubble in the game was a little loud, and the audio was competing with you.
I asked if you got anything from it.
No. Yeah, I said that. No. But I just confirmed it. I think it's because you're starting it. That's fine. What we're after is the resources.
Or we could just work on different trees.
That too.
The core might be done by now.
Over here. Another tree.
Base structure and seeds.
Yeah, when I was doing that tutorial, it did seem odd to me that the starting point would be so close to a faction zone.
I mean, they're procedurally generated.
Yeah, I mean, once you took the base, you didn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just struck me as odd at first, and then until the whole mission, go get the base, and then it became like, okay, that makes sense.
So you didn't see how I started the other base off. But you'll get a glimpse
Yeah, when
of
I
that
got there,
here.
it was concrete slab and solar panels already.
Huh?
When I got to it, it was a concrete slab and solar panels already.
Yeah. But you'll see I have a hole in the ground here. The core is getting ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. We have a raid. What are you doing?
Oh, I thought you meant in the game.
The Imperials are raiding. The Imperials are raiding. Where's the Rebel Alliance when you need them? Oh, well, welcome in, everybody. Imperial Jedi, how was your stream? Build more cities? Of course you built more cities. The Imperial Alliance is here. Yep, I can see that. Did you bring Thrawn? If you didn't bring Thrawn, you should just go. Thrawn is like the greatest Star Wars character ever made. Hey, Imperial. It's nice to see you. Welcome on in. So, for everybody, this is my 2020 Extra Life stream. We've raised $410 since we started on Friday. And I'm gaming to support a hospital that saved my niece's life. And the voice you hear is Cellist Mike, teammate,
Hi,
and
everybody.
supporting a hospital in Georgia. But welcome on in. Hope you had a good... It's 40 kids. I hope you had a great stream there, Imperial Jedi. Hello, voice. You know, Dr. Owens, you probably shouldn't tell people. You probably shouldn't tell people that you hear voices in your head, let alone that you talk to them. But for me, it's almost like every time I'm doing this, I hear a voice in my head. Because I always have somebody with me.
Yeah, I'm always here.
So we're playing Empyrean Galactic Survival, and this is a brand new banking world. So we are just starting out. I don't know if 911 is going to be able to help you with voices in your head. Seems to be something that not like they can just wrap something around it and help you. It's like the army hospital at the base we used to live at, Cellist Mike.
Mm-hmm.
They were great if you had limbs about to fall off. Not so great if you had something they couldn't see wrong. Yeah, I've been actually watching Cellist Mike play it for a while now. When I work, I had just watch him on Steam broadcasts just while I. Oop, that's not what I meant. Well, I destroyed some mushrooms. So I've seen how it progresses, but yeah, just last week I tried it for the first time so we could play together. for the stream. And it's in depth. Chelsea Mike can tell you a little bit more about how in depth it goes.
Yeah, think of it as Minecraft on the strongest steroids you ever found. Instead of being really simplistic like Minecraft, and Minecraft can get complicated, but it's if you start messing with redstone, but in general it's pretty simplistic. Whereas this is you crash on out of a ship
building
in Andromeda, the Andromeda galaxy. You crash land on a planet and you have nearly nothing, and you have to survive, and then you have to start establishing a base and collect resources. Then you start building ships, you explore the planet, you have like 10 different factions in the game. It might only be 6 or 7. There's like an evil Borg-like faction that's just starting to reemerge. You have to figure out what's going on there. You eventually leave the planet and explore the system, other planets, asteroids. You explore other systems. You have an entire galaxy to explore.
That's a good description, Imperial Jedi.
What was it?
No Man's Sky.
Sorry,
No Man's Sky meets Minecraft.
What?
No Man's Sky meets Minecraft.
Oh, yeah.
Still can't set this thing down.
Oh, it's because I haven't set the faction access. Sorry. Okay, now you're good.
No, it's still not letting me.
Still what?
It's still not letting me.
What are you trying to set down?
Cargo box.
Confirm.
I'm also jumping challenged, apparently. Can't.
Try again.
Yeah, it's just red wherever I try to set it.
Can you try on top? What happened if you click
Oh,
on it?
we have someone here who knows something about the game. So which one? That one is SVHV. They're all SVHV.
Yeah, SVHV is small vessel, hover vessel. So it is not a base functional cargo box. It's a cargo box only.
I'm going over here where it's warm.
Small vessels
Yeah,
and
I have
hover
it for later.
vessels.
It's there. He's feeling better. I was away from the heat a little too long. Thank you for that, Palomar. Base is red dots. Thanks.
Base is red dots. Oh crap, did you take notice of what angle the sun comes in at?
I'm going to assume it comes up from the east. Because it went down behind us as we were heading east.
Okay, but you don't remember north or south of us?
North.
Oh, good. Because I have a single solar panel I can set up, and I want it facing the direction it'll get the.
Hey, you go get some food. We encourage eating.
Yes.
Especially after spending
Sustain thyself.
Spending the afternoon streaming. So yes, you must take care of yourself. This is important. But yeah, in those lists of nice pleasant streams to hang out in, that includes Fluffy and Bonsai. Although Bonsai's gonna be a little exciting. It definitely would include Imperial Jedi in that list. Always nice to hang out there. We need. So I have put some stuff into one of my my portable constructor's over here. The one that's closer to where you're laying down solar panels. I would have put one down just in case.
One what?
Just in case I was wrong.
Oh, well, you didn't say I'm not sure. Or anything.
Well, we're north of the equator.
Okay.
So.
You did not give me any reason to think you
When
were unsure.
but when we were running, I was thinking about it, and when the shadows started to come, they were sloped to the south initially as they went they started south and then started sloping east.
So it would make sense that it's a northern hemisphere exposure. Well, and if it's not, then we just lose some materials.
Whoa, there's a hole.
Yeah, sorry, because we had in our other world, we had the capacitors on the surface side of the barrier this time.
And here you go, Spay. Guys, leaving things out without support underneath them. On the other server that we started on, he had an entire array of solar panels that were somehow floating out over the edge of a building.
We're
That
getting
takes talent.
support from each other.
And we end up losing that one.
What?
I need... What's good for
We
indigestion?
ended up losing what one?
That the solar panels that were above the...
Oh, because that raid that hit us.
what? I need to check something quick.
That's probably the next thing we should build is weapons. Ammo. Got one more solar panel. A fridge.
Do you have any spice?
What?
Do you have any spice?
No. No spice.
Dang it. I need stomach pills.
Do you have indigestion or something?
Yes. I'm gonna need to go find some
we'll
spice.
go look for spice.
I thought I picked some up on the way. Time to go find some spice. It's always funny to say that.
Yeah. I'm heading east. I shouldn't head east because that's the direction.
Well, I'm looking to the north and I see the sun coming up that direction.
South. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm heading south for spice. I'm not going to stop for anything else because if you are sick, it will progress further if we don't get it cured soon. So I'm not going to stop until I find spice.
Well, I thought I saw spice, but it was an alien thorn. I do know what it looks like. I just don't see. Plus, it's still dark.
Yeah.
Thorn, I picked some up on the way
Do
here.
you know what it looks like?
Yeah, those little brown things sticking up out of another shape. They look like weird fronds.
Yeah. The brown thing sticking up out of another shape did not in my brain.
Oh.
I've got some if you missed me say that.
Yeah, I'm coming back. Just didn't cut my turn.
I assume you just need one.
I only need one pill. And I need one spice to make the pill. Yes, sorry. I have herbal leaves that I picked up on the way. Don't remember where I picked them up, but I did pick them up. Oh! I was turning and I hit a rock and it went bouncing all over the place. Okay.
Alright,
Hello.
I put it in your constructor?
Please.
Oh, we have three.
I've been using this one right here. Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, we have more solar panels and a refrigerator. More concrete slabs.
I need my meds. See, the funny thing is, in real life, I do have GERD, so this feels, having to deal with this feels very familiar. Oh, that's not one. Okay. I feel better now.
Alright, here's refrigerator.
Woot.
don't have power yet because the sun isn't quite hitting any of the solar panels yet. But we can start moving food type items.
Perishables.
Yeah. Because as soon as it does have power, it'll be good to go.
Oh, there it is. Yep. I have to jump sooner. Currently occupied. You got to it faster than I did. I'll go ahead and put the spoiled food in there just so you can have it. That might have been the spice I had.
Yeah, because the food processor is what makes nutrient solution.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, nice. Getting more slabs there. I'm looking for. That's a fridge. That's a fridge.
There's the sun. Almost hitting the. Okay, we've got it hitting the westernmost solar panels now.
Let's see.
So we should have power in the fridge.
Where are you?
Oh, I should have not put the fridge
Right.
over where it was. It's fine.
Well, I mean, just build around it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna unlock weapons.
Where is-
Do you prefer any particular like shotgun versus assault rifle?
I prefer the assault rifle. I think the ammo to make it is easier. I'm looking for cargo boxes.
You have to unlock it.
I know, I'm trying to figure out where. I unlocked the cargo boxes, but do I have to unlock the controllers for them?
No. No. Controllers only are for So you'll notice with the controllers, if you are in construction, there's a something extension, modular extension, or cargo extension.
Mm-hmm.
The controllers, with the exception of the ore and wood controller, which is, I think, the only thing that ore and wood can go into for automated systems, you only need the controller if you're going to build a modular system. Otherwise, you can just use regular.
Yeah. Oh, I know what mistake I was making. I had unlocked the one on the hover vessel for some reason. So when it comes time to build a hover vessel, I have one for that. So don't waste your resources.
Yeah, remember when you were saying SVHC or
Mhm.
SVHV?
Yeah.
I was trying to tell you that that's for small vessel SV and hover vessel HV.
BV and BA. There we go.
Capital vessel and base.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense now.
Yeah.
Somebody explained
Too
it to
little,
me.
too late.
So now I have one of those. Oh. What's going on here? Where should I put a container?
Anywhere for now, because this is just temporary.
Okay, I'll just put it right here. I'll move it over a little so you can put a food processor there eventually.
Okay. Just so this doesn't look quite so awkward. Put some concrete down.
Oh! Oh, I fell to the bottom.
The hole.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Didn't realize there wasn't that when I built it, it was going to knock me off. Whoops. I got to run all the way around. Silly rabbit. Kicks are for trids. Sorry, I didn't finish that thought.
Oh, I liked where you went with it.
No, I'm still waiting to see a trade.
Mm-hmm. And kicks aren't exactly. Well, I guess you can see kicks.
Sort of, yeah. What's something else we need that I can set to be made?
We'll need a small constructor. We're gonna need a medic thing. We need weapons and ammo. Right now, really, we need a lot more concrete.
Concrete. I can make concrete. Think I can make concrete.
Alright.
Well, I know I can make the stuff to make concrete. I remember where everything is.
So this is not... Okay, so I'm going to give you all the ammo. If you'll give me all your pistol rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 2 assault rifles. I'll wait till you're done to drop stuff.
Here, I'll grab it.
2 assault rifles, 1 for you. And I'll give you all the ammo, because I was only able to make 150.
There we go. I got that.
And I'll just use the pistol.
So I make cement first, right?
Yeah, unless you can build ammo. Unless you can build assault rifle ammo. Oh, you don't need to build anything first. If the resources are there, it will build it in... It builds its prerequisites as long as the resources are available. So you don't have to queue.
Well, I was just looking for in the blocks. And I don't see cement. Oh, there it is, concrete.
Yeah, cement is a material that you can build. You need for concrete.
Yeah, I forget that it will do that automatically for you.
Mm-hmm. Armor. To unlock armor, we can build ourselves some armors.
So when you're doing this and it just shows that it's available, how do you just... It'll just stop making it if you don't have the material, right?
Yeah, and it'll
just sit there. Okay.
Finish. No, it'll finish the queue. It won't finish the queue. It'll erase the queue.
Erase
That's
the
what
queue.
I was trying to say.
Makes sense. Have blocks. What for shall I do with them? What shall for I
Start
do with them?
building. I mean, you're welcome to build any design. I was just putting stuff under for aesthetic purposes. So you could finish putting it underneath these, or you could start making it into a square. I just asked that for now, you leave the hole that's there in the metal, you leave that uncovered for now.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need another battery yet because so far ours is only even 2%. It's only 2% charged. We should probably start getting some more food though. Now that we have a refrigerator.
Yep. Need nums.
Stock.
You always need nums.
Mm-hmm.
Made what I could of that. Crushed stone is what you need to make the cement, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go see if I can get some more.
Crushed stone into stone dust, into cement, into concrete.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some more stone. I'm gonna get stone.
I'll start collecting that too. You wanna take out that giant one, or you...
No, I like that because it's a nice reference for where you are.
Huh?
That tower over there, that rock, that massive rock. It's a nice reference if you're trying to figure out where you are.
I just like what they look like, so I leave them.
I keep hitting shift right, left click when I need to hit shift right click. Resource away.
If you see, if you go into the desert, there's some. What are they called? Let's see what they're called. Alien Bug 4. Don't attack them unless you want to get sick. They're
I shall
prey,
avoid them.
so they're not just going to attack you unless you're up close. They might, but if you do attack them, they have a blistering agent that they shoot.
Hunting rocks. Hunting rocks.
Are you hunting rabbits?
Very quiet. No, I'm prowling through grass looking for rocks.
Oh.
There was just other resources around, so I was getting them plus the rocks. And so, when I realized I was prowling around through the grass, I was keeping my target low. So if I ran across green,
We could all, if you're just looking for a rock, we can also make ourselves a little quarry a little bit away from the base.
Oh.
Because digging through the ground gives you rock.
yeah, that's true. Well, there's a bunch of little rocks sitting up here. It's all in grass, so you kind of have to.
And I like getting rid of those little rocks near the base. Again, just for the aesthetics.
And there's iron bearing. There's iron bearing rocks up here too. So
Because we have the
Might as well.
Heidelberg, we're not going to be struggling for steel.
Yeah.
For a long time.
Yeah, see, that's what I ended up doing in the tutorial. Once I got to the containers and opened them and then took them.
Oh yeah, we could go strip the containers in the Heidelberg. Although that's going to be easier once we have our armor.
Yeah, well, in that one, it was nice because they were elevated, so all I had to do was take out the floor underneath, and then I just looted them like that, so I didn't have to make them.
Yeah.
But before I did that, because I knew that I was in their territory and it said opening a container was going to reduce my faction things with them, and there wasn't enough trees around that I could cut down to help counterbalance it. I wanted to get everything I needed before I opened the containers, and that's when I dismantled the hover bike.
Gotcha.
So needless to say, when I got to the base part and it said, make sure you bring a cargo container for a hover vessel along.
You're like, what?
Well, that's why I had to go back and forth and leave that cargo container that I looted back at that ancient outpost. Oh, I see one. No, I don't. Oh, I see one. I'm going to sneak up on it.
Alright, I'm expecting our base is going to get attacked relatively soon. This is about the same point of progression that we got attacked in the other game. We're not prepared.
There's definitely red in every direction, but I don't know if that tells us that there are faction enemies around, or just something
it could
bad.
be a hostile faction, it could be predators, it's anything that if you go close to it, it will attack you.
Spice. Best way to describe it is hot dogs out of brown flowers. That's what I should have said. Hot dogs sticking out of brown flowers.
To me, that would describe plant protein.
Ah, yes. So maybe I'm not thinking of. Maybe I don't remember what spice looks like.
Just looks like big, thick yellow leaves.
No,
vertical
no.
leaves that stick out.
Help! No! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
Yeah,
Go
big
away!
yellow bent.
Go away! Go away! Go away! Raptors! No!
When you said fronds, I thought that was a good description because they're not serrated leaves. They're smooth edged leaves, but it does look like a bunch of yellow fronds with the edges tipped out.
Oh, they're still chasing me. Crap. I've got a pack of raptors chasing me.
Alright, let me see on my map where you are, and I'll come join you.
I'm near the base.
Alright, I'm coming.
Will they leave me alone if I go in the water?
Yep. Well, I mean, they might. I doubt it. Where are you?
Yeah, they do.
Oh.
As long as I stay above the surface. I don't have a helmet, so I keep jumping. Stand on this rock if it'll keep me above the
Alright, I've killed one.
Oh, something got me. I was on top of the water. How could... Oh, blood loss. That'll do it.
You were bleeding.
Yeah, I hadn't had time to stop to put a band-aid on.
So I keep mine in my hotbar.
Okay. I'm at the tent. Yeah, it's in the hotbar, but I hadn't been able to stop because they were chasing me.
Oh, well, you can just use your other hand to press the number. Or scroll with your mouse wheel while you're moving.
Can't pick my backpack up.
I have not touched your backpack.
No, it's not that. It was... Not right now.
Alright, I've killed a second and a third.
The device is yelling at me.
The device is yelling at you?
Yeah, she's saying, do push-ups.
Oh, Alexa. Where's the other corpse? There it is.
Reload.
Coming back towards you. I killed 3 of them, but I was kiting them.
Yeah, I got 2.
Oh, there's that other corpse. That's not it.
Oh, I think I was pushing caps lock.
Are they all gone?
Hmm?
Are they all gone?
I think so, yeah.
Let's see any.
This game has dinos, it does.
Yeah, there's some rhinoceri over west of us. South of us.
I've seen Triceratops. I've seen...
Oh, Triceratops, not rhinoceros. Yeah.
So we have raptors, yeah, and then there's...
What are the vegetarian raptors breed called? We have those.
the Galilee...
Raptors.
I forget.
Septotrops or something like
yeah,
that.
something like that. And then there's that big, the pangolion or something like that. The prey thing that... Yeah, the thing that looks like it should be...
Carnivore, but it's not.
Carnivore, but it's not. That doesn't make sense. Put this stuff back on my hotbar. That's it. I have this down here. There. Okay. But yes, there are dinos everywhere. Just in case you were wondering.
Let's need a food processor.
Okay, so I'm moving one of my
processors.
I'm moving one of the portable constructors over here next to this cargo container.
Oh, I've already researched it.
Well, I gotta put it on the ground. I can't put it on the base.
Right.
Put this stuff back in here.
New batteries up to 8%. I don't know if that'll be enough to get us through the night. What time of day is it? Yeah, it's only like noon. Maybe
Get some more cement blocks.
Alright, I'm gonna go take a bio break. I'll be right back.
That's not allowed. Well, we've been at this for 3 hours now, so we have 3 more hours to go. And then that'll be the end of my game day event. I had to split it up over 3 days this year because of other obligations. I didn't want to spread it out over multiple weekends. The post from some information that I got for last year's event. I didn't see any emails from them this year about how they used the 2019 fundraising. I do know that 2018's also bought a portable NICU unit to go in helicopters. The hospital I support is in Alaska, so they have a lot of preemies that have to be brought in from very remote locations. And having a NICU unit that you can stick in a helicopter, put a team on, and fly out to where they are to the other hospital and bring the baby to the children's hospital that's a huge game changer when it comes to the survival rate. And thank you. For the first couple of years, I was supporting the hospital that Jealous Mike is supporting. Oh, I gotta mute for a second. Oh no, she's fine. Children's Hospital of Georgia. That's the hospital that Zoe was born in, and several of her friends who are high-risk pregnancies were born successfully there. I knew the story of my niece and how she had had several brushes of death when she was born at 26 weeks. But I didn't know when I started this that that it had all been in a Children's Miracle Network hospital. So when I found that out, my third year I switched, and I've been supporting it ever since. But all told, for those two hospitals, and then the 1 year I supported UNM, because we had a friend of the family, their son is still battling leukemia, so I supported them that year. All told, we've raised almost $11,000 over 9 years. This is actually also my stream anniversary, because when I started, I just dove right in. Extra Life was the reason I started streaming. Yep, Imperial Jedi's here. Welcome back, Jin. How was your movie? Did you have to use any of your diapers? He was watching The Shining. Well, you didn't actually miss too much from Bendy, because shortly after you left, Zoe got a headache and she decided to go lay down, so I'm not going to get to finish that one during Extra Life this year, but we'll finish it another time. But yeah, Jen, Imperial was nice enough to bring his crew over to say hi and raid me. With a lot of Imperials. And I guess we could say, since he's so good at motivating people and getting to work for him, is Imperial Jedi really Grand Admiral Thrawn? Of all the Imperial leaders that I know, Grand Admiral Thrawn was the only one that was able to garner such willing support from all of his people. I actually just finished listening to the latest Thrawn book by Timothy Zahn, who I've met. Actually he was one of the inspirations for me wanting to write, and I was actually able to give him a copy. This book, which is the book. I put a note in it for him and gave him a copy and said, "You're busy, so I don't expect you to read this anytime soon, but put it on your shelf, and every time you look at it, remember that you are a strong motivation for me getting that book published." Yeah, I met him at DragonCon through a thing that we would attend at the actual event. He's extremely nice. Oh, thank you, Jen. I like having the physical copy, but for me, the Audible version was just amazing. The guy that did the voice for it, he nailed Suyev's voice. I gave the manuscript to the publisher in June. I've been doing some more tweaks to it myself. I told them there was some parts that I was going to fine tune, but they are going to put it through editing, and it will be out on Audible too. There will be options to get physical copies, and
wait, is there an update from Audible?
No, I haven't heard anything from Audible yet. I haven't heard anything from Inkshares, the publisher. Well,
I thought Audible was going to be the official publisher for fall, or for, yeah.
Yes, there will be. You will be able to get it. See, here's the way my publisher works. They allow, because publishing a book is not cheap. So they have two ways that they do it. They either do print on demand, or they, initially, or they will do a big pre-order, like they'll print do an initial print run. And the difference between it is they allow the author to bring support, like we do here, subscribers, or we do like, hey, I'm doing a charity and everybody donates and it builds up a nice big fund over the year and it goes to the hospital. Well, what Inkshares does is they front load they offset some of the cost of publishing a book, which can exceed $20,000 per book, and they allow people who want to read it to pre-order copies and help offset that cost. So I still have to talk to them about it, and depending on how many of those you do, it depends on if they do a print run or print on demand. But either way, it will have one of those options. Just one second. Okay. So, yes. You go to bed.
You're not my mom.
Actually, she is.
Not my mom.
I will. The reading idea, the reading stream is very likely to happen. And for you, it'll be in the early evening time, Jen, so maybe early to late evening time, so it might be just right to put you to sleep. We know Knot will fall asleep anytime he hears my voice. Just how he is. Okay, so let's get blocks. Lay some more in. I'll put one right there. Yep. Whoa. What's the gravity level on this? I seem to be jumping high.
If you press M, you'll get planet details. 0.97.
I think Sylvester would approve of that. But it won't be every day. And of course, if you miss one, it'll be on YouTube, so you can replay it. I'm finishing out the square. I may have to move my survival tent though. But no, there's no way I could replace Imperial Jedi. I could barely even be a stand-in. Such a nice person. Boom, boom.
We are running low on copper.
I'm gonna go find some copper.
Mm.
Oh hey, there's some plant fiber over here. I'm going to put the blocks that I have left. Let's see. Made all those. Okay. Something I wanted to stick. Oh, that needs to go in. Skippity jump. Put those in there. And the refrigerator. That stuff out there. Stuff is going bad. Yeah, I don't think you have anything to worry about, Imperial Jedi. I have up here above my monitor, I have a shelf that has all the Inkshares books that I help bring, and some non-Inkshares books that I help bring into fruition, and other versions that haven't made it to physical print but are in digital form. That I want to read those, and with the author's permission, of course. I've got one who's giving me permission to read her trilogy, so that'll probably be first. I actually helped this one back when it was in its infancy. Oh, you know what? It's that, because That's got the wrong. That's got the wrong. Need to get the right link for that. Where are you seeing in Augusta? There. That's the one.
What about Augusta?
Well, see, this is why you, as soon as you set up your page, you pick to use your name as the participant, the unique thing, because then every year you don't have to change your, like if you do links like I do for yours, I had the Cellist Mike one instead of the numbers. Because every year your numbers change. But I just noticed that the bot that the bot was posting one that had the Cellist Mike as at the end of the URL instead of the number for this year. Fixing that. So there, it's been fixed. Imagine that, Jen. You're the top chatterer. He's gone. Oh, that's the one. No, keep hitting the wrong button. Scan. And let's get on. We have resources. Let's see if we can find some copper. There is some copper in my portable constructor that's over there near the cargo container. So there is some copper in there if you need some ingots.
If you can find enough to build a small constructor, that would be great.
Do you know how many it needs?
What?
Do you know how many it needs?
No. Not off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
I shall go back and figure it out. While I'm here, I'll grab the vegetables. Or eggplant. Sorry, I thought it was a vegetable. It is a vegetable, but it's not a vegetable. Oh, those are some massive mosquitoes flying at my head. No, I want nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. So now I can see the base on the map.
Heidelberg right now looking for boxes.
Boxes. Oh, I leveled up. Look at that. Plant fibers. Right, let's go back and see how much copper we need. Small constructor, right?
Yep.
There's the base.
You can negate the motor and 4 electronics so far. So I've got those.
Okay.
And then 4 energy matrix if we need.
I'm just going to check it out now. Let's see. Generator. I may have to unlock it, but I can at least see what it needs. Or I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, so maybe I have to unlock it. You see it? I don't know.
It should show it to you even if you don't have it unlocked.
It requires the small constructor that we're talking about?
Yeah. I may have said small generator. If I did, I'm sorry.
So that's computer, steel plate, mechanical components, optical fiber, motor. No, unless we need the copper to make something else.
No, you should need copper to make that stuff.
The small constructor, yeah. I'll go ahead and unlock that. Yeah, and for some reason it wasn't appearing on the thing until I got it. Yeah, it's saying it's making it.
Okay.
Making all the necessary things from what was in my portable constructor.
Oh, you must have not heard me or not remembered me saying I have some of those components.
Oh, can I pause it? Oh, either way, we can use it to make another one.
Oh, I don't want to make a second small constructor.
Well, we'll save your motor for something else.
Exactly.
I'm sure we'll find a use. So, my mom, when she messaged earlier trying to donate, she said, "I'll get to it when we get home." Problem is, they live in Alaska, and it started snowing. And when it starts snowing in Alaska, it really starts snowing.
Stay where you are.
So moving it takes time. Moving around takes time. And they did just complete a move, and I did see a post from my brother-in-law over the weekend saying that, like, this is I've lived here for years, and I'm saying this is bad weather. So if an Alaskan is saying this is bad weather, it's bad weather.
I suggest you don't try to make anything with the small constructor until we build a generator. Because I think that it'll just gobble up all the power reserves and
Most
or
likely.
damage something.
Yeah, moving in the snow is never fun. I think they managed to get most of it done right before. You're talking small generator?
I would suggest not using the small constructor until we have a small generator we can power it with.
Yeah, well, that would require a motor. So,
Oh, I have motors.
They in your other one?
No, I have them on me.
Okay.
I was out not salvaging, but looting boxes off the Heidelberg.
Okay, I'm going to put the small constructor next to the cargo box.
Okay. Oh, we have a cargo box now?
Yeah.
Nice.
It was 3 blocks down from the. That should go. Yep. 3 blocks down from the refrigerator, so we could fit a constructor and a food processor in between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to remember
Moving
if
in
the
it
small
in any
constructor
inclement
just a
weather
single
is never
block.
fun.
But yeah, it's 2 tall and 1 wide and long.
Oh, I need to drop some stuff off that I picked up. I had helped somebody move in Germany when it was raining. And luckily for them, I was there because they honestly they couldn't drive the truck that they got. I'm not sure how they got it there. Oh, that was the one that I picked up I picked up the truck for them because no one had any experience driving anything that big. So what did they do? They called the American. Because that's what you do. When you need to move a big vehicle around, you just call the American because they can do it. If anyone can, they can. Yeah. You can brush it off, you can shovel it out of the way. It's still going to freeze. So you still have to deal with the ice underneath. But it always cracked me up in Georgia when they would do the snow day the day the snow came, not realizing that it was actually safer to drive that day than the next day when they wanted everybody to go to work. Because once the snow started to melt a little bit, and it would freeze again, and then you'd have ice. So, am I still looking for copper? Oh, no, you came back.
We're gonna need copper, but I don't know if you're looking for it or not. What? Why is there spoiled stuff in the fridge? It should be powered. Oh, because power's shut off to the base.
Huh.
Suck.
Well, I just put some stuff in there that shouldn't be. I've gone. There you go.
Just lost stuff. So.
if you put your motor in this constructor over here, I can make the small generator.
The motors are in the box.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to bring one?
I got it. One motor. I think I have everything else there. Put the motor in here. Check everything. There we go. I do like not having to make all the items one at a time before you can make the thing.
Yeah.
That is a very handy little trick.
I'll still sometimes pre-stage the items if I know I'm going to be needing stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I've just been putting all the stuff that can be used to make things in this portable container. Because honestly, this portable constructor. Because I didn't know that you could do that. So you just keep learning things as you go, right?
Learned that. It's just, I think right now there's so much
going on.
I don't think your retention level is very high.
Yeah, it's one of those. I think I just, when I was going through the tutorial.
No, you learned it before the tutorial.
Huh. Well, yeah. So where do you want the generator, or do you want me to give it to you?
You can give it to me, or you can stick it down. It needs to be deep underground, far enough away. It needs to be like 2 or 3, maybe 4 blocks away from us. So I was gonna dig even deeper for that.
Yeah.
Which I don't want to do in the hole. I'm gonna use my.
I'm gonna give you the thing.
Oh, I'm digging.
Huh?
If you try to give me something right now, I won't get it. Because I've got my little
Oh, wait.
out.
Oh yeah, you always I don't use it for a while, and then I forget that it's there. Wow, we're going all the way down there. Any particular direction we're building out to?
Down.
Down. Okay.
I mean, you can stick it underneath the core, you can stick it underneath the cement, doesn't matter. Just have it pointing down. I will exit this. Get a fuel tank running. Oops, I didn't want to do that.
I think I'm gonna need to get. I need cement blocks.
Cement blocks are in the
Yeah.
I guess you put them there, so you know.
Down I shall go. Let's clear some more out. Will I pick it now? Maybe I need to. Nope. We'll go there.
Is it pointed down or is it pointed to the side?
Well, right now I was going. Oh, hang on. I forgot about that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, in this case, it's just I need to dig out a bit more rock. I'm assuming you want me to hang it underneath the core.
Yeah, point it down. Yes.
It's still in the way. I'm not sure I'm looking at this right direction.
Oh, hang on. I know it's wrong. Okay, so exit. I'll actually have you do it. So exit out of your thing.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if the blue part is on the top, then that's the direction that it's hanging upside down.
No, hold on. I know it's going on. It's not what you think. I want to explain it to you, but I want to use it as a learning opportunity for you because you learn better hands-on, as far as I know.
Yep.
Okay, so we do not have a shield generator, which means this is a glitch. So press P to open up the controls for the base. Shut off shields.
Shields are off.
Does it do it? And is it a small generator for a base, or is it a small generator for a different type of vehicle?
I may have made that mistake again.
It's okay, I just did it with the fuel tank as well.
Yeah, I did. I made the wrong one again.
Me too.
Oh, let me stick.
I keep forgetting to make the tab set it to the base so I don't accidentally do the wrong one.
So tech tree. Yeah, there's the one. Small generator for a base. I got it now. I mean, now I can make it. I'm assuming you set one to be made. Yep.
I did.
Yeah, I think it's making fuel right now. Yeah. So I'll just stand by.
Yeah, I cleared the rest. You can't clear something that's being worked on without shutting something off. Even if it doesn't clear it, it just pauses. But you can remove any remaining other than one, anything additional in the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's working on it now.
Checking on my mom to make sure they made it home safely. With all that weather up there, can't be too sure.
Should have loaded all these other components into it first.
Oh, okay. I'm watching it be made. Hey, I can dump those in there. Just fill all that up. Oh, my mom just messaged back saying, "We're almost home. We just made it to Moose Creek. There is a town called Moose Creek. We used to go to Moose Creek Baptist before we switched to First Baptist of North. I went to First Baptist Church of North Pole, Alaska. Wow. And yes, when you turned at the intersection to get off the highway there, the church was down that little road. It was basically right there on the edge of the highway, so you could see it, but you had to go down the side road. Off the road straight away to get to the actual driveway to it. Yeah. To the left was the driveway as soon as you came off, headed to Santa's house. So Santa's house was on the left, and the First Baptist Church of North Pole, Alaska was on the right. And it was pretty much Oh shoot! It was pretty much exactly what you'd expect it to be.
It's a small place. I've seen depictions.
Okay, I'm gonna go put this.
I don't know what the town is called, but I've seen it in some show or another. I can't remember what show.
I just, when I got older, I just started to find it very extremely amusing that those two were right next to each other. Move over here.
Well, keep in mind that from my perspective, because of what I believe, that's not ironic or anything.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's just extremely amusing to me.
It is, yeah. From your perspective, that would be an incredibly amusing concept.
Alright, generator is connected.
Sweet. Alright, so yeah, until the fuel tank is done, we get some fuel in it. It doesn't really do anything for us.
The fuel tank is done. Shall I put it down there too?
Yeah. And then
Is there
the
a
very
particular
little bit
spot?
of fuel that we have so far, we're going to need to queue up more fuel.
Oh shoot. Come on. I fell down. And I don't have boosters. So
You have to dig yourself out.
I'm working on it. Hopefully I can take this one block out. And it will help. It'll let me go up. There, that should be enough. Okay. I was just so eager, I just turned around and started running. Let's get this in place. Let me get stuck in a hole. Is there any spot you wanted? I've got the generator hanging upside down off the core.
It does not need to be so low. It does not need to be so low. I don't want it right on the surface, because then it's an easy target to be blown up. They're not very strong.
I was going to put it down here in the hole.
It doesn't need to be remotely any so low. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't want it up next to the surface.
Okay.
But it doesn't need to be super low either.
Putting it right. Okay, it's in.
Okay.
Boom. We now have generators and all the other good stuff.
Fuel in so we can make that food processor. $70 fuel.
So I still have all the cement blocks. They're a size to this slab that we wanted to go for.
I can answer for me, but I can't answer for you. Did you want to know how big I wanted to make it?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish squaring it off for now. Now that I moved my tent, 'cause really it was my tent that was the problem.
Where's the food processor? There it is.
I realized as I was about to open my mouth and say that we didn't have one, that you were talking about.
The menu, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's squared off now. Is there direct, like, in terms of the size? I'm assuming you want to, like, make it's like a big square or a rectangle kind of thing?
Yeah. I mean, same idea as we did before. I wanted to have a perimeter in there.
Do we want to dig into this mountain? Or just go this direction?
I was not planning to. We've got plenty of expansion space otherwise.
Okay. I'm just
But
gonna.
if you want to, I do
Mm-mm.
not want this all to be about what I want.
No, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. So I'm adding another
terms
row
of my ideas.
on the south side. Well, I mean, the idea, the building a big slab and then putting a exterior around it and then putting a base inside, it works. One doesn't need to be fancy. It's the first one. They're watching an episode of Steven Universe, and it's an amusing episode. Kind of slightly annoying, but very amusing. One where he de-ages.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we're all the way up. I just hear from the other side of the room, it's a facial hair. I have
I
to,
love that show.
Yeah, I have to admit that I was she had watched Adventure Time prior to, and I had it was enjoyable, but I had a hard time staying as
Yeah, those are very different shows.
into it as much. Although I do love Adventure Time Munchkin. That version of Munchkin, that is great. So when she wanted to watch this one, and one of the creators was from Adventure Time, I was a little skeptical at first, but she wanted to watch it with me, so I have to admit, I've been engaged. A little more so
There
as the
is
show went on.
a lot of criticism for the appearance of homosexuality. I mean, it is so, the relationship between those gems is, I mean, it's, if you're an adult and you're not sheltered, you can see it.
Mhm.
But what child is going to pick up on the homosexuality of that?
Yeah. Anyway, it's a very entertaining show. One, it deals with a lot of very serious topics like moral injury, PTSD.
It's a fantastic show.
Lots of issues, lots of loss and grief, and
It's very human.
mm-hmm.
You know, it's not, I mean, it is painted as a things turn out right in the end, which isn't necessarily realistic. But there is so much dealing with reality of emotion.
Yeah.
That even when things do turn out all right, there's enough struggle and loss that's depicted and dealt with that it's just, I've never found another show that's that good at really portraying human emotion and how to, more specifically, how to manage it.
Give me just a second. Zoe was talking to me.
I do not get paid by them, and it doesn't matter because I love that show. It's just wow. I'll give them shout outs any opportunity I see.
Sorry, I was just confused. Because she said she was doing something, but she came and grabbed the headphones for art. Well, if we want to keep expanding the base to the north, I'm going to have to take out a resource.
I'm thinking.
It's just,
Well, we don't need to keep expanding. This is pretty big. I mean, we can, and we also don't need to have an external perimeter.
I mean, we still have some way to expand, some distance to expand to the west towards the water.
I just got a too cold notification. location, so I'm gonna hang out near the
Yeah, me too.
heater.
Ugh. Stupid. Flinging you in the air glitch. Well, let's see, it's 7 o'clock, so I'm down to T-minus 2 hours to the end of my main day event. Because we cleared 500, Zoe and I will be back for a co-stream event closer to the end of the year, kind of like end of the year thing.
Yay, congratulations.
We will probably finish Bendy prior to that, but we may save it. We'll have to find something else to play with her. It may actually end up being Zelda, because she's been wanting to do that. Probably Breath of the Wild. But that'll be probably like the last Friday or Saturday of the year.
I have this small constructor building light armors for us.
And it will be an end of the year extra life thing like we did last year. Because last year it was a nice little parallel. It was the 27th of December and we needed to raise $270 to clear 10,000 lifetime. So the goal was to get 10 people to donate $27. And then a couple people came in and just said, you know what, screw that, and just donated large amounts. Well, okay. Is it okay if we put one block right here so we don't have to keep jumping? Just like right here.
I mean, we can put blocks there, we just have to replace them. Or we'll have to take them out when we want to put something in there.
Yeah, well, maybe if I do this. Oh, did you pick it up?
Yeah. So you can put blocks in.
Oh, I was just talking about this spot right here.
Oh,
okay, so now we can still we can still go down there if we need to. All right, I'll do it. So I'll leave it so we can access it. So if we go down on this side.
Right, and there's armor for you in the box to put it on. There's an armor locker over in the Heidelberg. We can make one. I'll just make one. Just have to unlock it.
So if I left one hole, if you go down in it, you can go down underground to where everything is.
Right.
You put it in the box, is that right? Yay!
There is armor in the box for you.
Muchas gracias.
And I'm building an armor locker right now.
Imperial Jedi. Imperial Jedi. Thank you so much for the special thing for that. Thanks a lot. You rock. You're amazing. Thanks for bringing all your peeps, and thanks for your generous donation. And that puts us ever closer to that $1,000 mark and me having to dye my hair blue for a month. Everyone always loves that one. I was supposed to do it last year to have it during the stream, but the process didn't work out quite so well, so we know better now. Hmm.
Trying to put on your armor?
Yeah, it's. I forget.
Armor
what-
locker. You have to put on armor locker.
Okay, is that right here? Yeah, there it is.
Mhm.
Thank you. I knew I was missing. I knew I was missing something obvious. Thanks. Yay. I'm gonna eat. Need some food. Give me some foods. I'm gonna have to go get some from over here. Hey, we have a food processor. Nice. Thanks for making some grilled steaks.
Mm-hmm.
So back up. I was getting a little hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I'd forgotten. I wish I still had the. There was some stats that they gave us about how much a dollar goes. I think it's $1 can buy 5 preemie diapers, or maybe it's 10. I can't remember. But something
Move,
else.
Drone, we're under attack.
Oh, I'll show that in a second. Where are they?
Got it.
Took it out?
Yeah.
Good. Also, I was going to show a piece of paper right here. Going down. Down. Right here. This piece of paper. Give you a frame of reference. This is a mason jar. This came with my 2019 medal. This piece of paper is larger than some of the babies that go into a NICU unit when they're first born. Just to kind of give you a frame of reference. I mean, part of the reason why I do this is my niece was once this big. It was very, very, very little. At the time she was born, it was the earliest you could be born and still make it.
Yeah.
If she'd come the first time.
Yeah, because there is a certain age where.
Yeah, when at 21 weeks she tried to make an exit.
It cannot. Its organs will not survive.
Yeah. At 21 weeks, my sister had felt the need to go to the bathroom, and she did. She went in and noticed that Lexi was trying to force her way out. So they rushed her to the hospital and managed to get her back in. Sewed a button on to help keep her in there, and then a couple weeks later, she tried again. So then they put my sister. Or maybe she'd already been put on bed. I know she was on bed rest for 5 weeks, and they had to sew a button on to try to keep her in. And yeah, she was very eager, and she's been that way her entire life. Very, very excited, likes to try things. So they had just given her they'd given her a steroid shot to help promote her lung growth and things, and at 26 weeks she was doing well. They were past any scares, and the doctors just said, hey, she's happy, she's healthy, doing well, let's pull her out now. And so that's what they did. So at 26 weeks she was born very, very, very young. Very preemie. And she had to have a Penrose drop operation while she was there. They had to drain her intestines before they went necrotic. Why can't I get this? There's a piece of iron here that's glitched. I can't get it. I keep getting the rock around it. They had to drain her intestines before she suffered. I can't remember the name of it, but I know it has necrosis in it. Necrotic. So, and to give you an idea of how they were feeling at the time, a friend of hers, their child had died 5 months prior, so about the time Lexi was conceived was about the time that this friend of hers had gone in, her son was a preemie and he'd had the same problem, and he had died from the operation. Very low chance of survival, so. But she was a fighter. Also, right around the time that Lexi was conceived and started her journey is when Victoria Emmons, the girl who started Extra Life, who she was the inspiration for Extra Life, she went into the hospital for the last time. What would be the last time? She passed away a month in January. And it was shortly after that was when they started to get hints that there was going to be some issues with the pregnancy. But right around the same time. Yeah, very wild. It's an intense story. I've actually interviewed my sister about it and have the recordings done. I just need to get some time. I was going to do that this year, but then a lot of things changed and I had to focus on other things, so I couldn't get it done. But I have recorded an interview with her, so I can take highlights to share during Extra Life streams. Yeah, and it's a long video. It wasn't like I did little short snippets with her. I've considered trying to get her on to do, a live interview during Extra Life. I've actually had Lexi on playing Minecraft with me a couple years ago. We did that. Actually, for the past several years, they've been joining me during the event, and by joining, I mean they were playing games on Saturday afternoon at the same time I was playing games, just not. We were playing together in spirit. But we have played Minecraft with them. And we actually have
miracles of modern medicine, where stuff like that would be a death sentence normally throughout the vast majority of human history. Have modern medicine, and all we need is the money to make it happen.
Yep.
Money and some luck.
That's why we do this. My sister saw the insurance bill from that TRICARE, that the hospital sent TRICARE, because she gets, when they get those letters saying this is what was billed, this is what was allowed. She and Lexi's care combined cost the state of Alaska $1 million, because in Alaska the state pays for all of the care. Obviously, they bill
Alaska is so wealthy per capita.
Yes. Yeah. So they can do that. Yeah.
Nobody cares.
So they'll still the hospital will still bill the insurance company for what they can. But it was over $1 million is what they cost them, and so what the insurance didn't pay, the state of Alaska paid. Yeah, they have a lot of. They pay people to be citizens. That's how much.
Yeah, because again, it's the wealth. The natural resources that provided that state, the tax income from the drilling,
and it's also
so exceeds the cost of operations for government that it leaves. Yeah.
Oh, there's a surplus budget
for the good of the people. Money.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think it's $2,000 a year per citizen, per resident. So it's a nice little stipend.
Now here's a nice kicker, and I could take this more political, and I guess inherently this statement will be a little political, but I hope you'll hear it the way that I think it's more likely to come across, and that the state of Alaska could choose to cut the taxes of all of the resource industries, and there would not be that money available for all those wonderful programs. They could choose to cut those taxes. However, they don't.
Yeah, it's good for the good of the society as a whole, kind of thing. And the businesses that are there that have to deal with that, they understand that when they go there. But we're
Well,
also
one of the things
talking.
about natural resources, though, is unlike many industries, natural resources, you can't pick and choose where you go. You go where the resources are.
Mm-hmm.
So it negates a huge amount of that government business negotiation in terms
I
of
remember when we came back, when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, we moved back from Germany at the age of 15. I didn't live in the continental U.S. that I remembered until 15. But
holy crap.
yeah, I was in Germany, and then we were in Georgia for a while, but I was so young I don't remember that. Moved to Alaska, and then back to Germany from the age of 3 to 15. So 6 months in Germany, about 3 years. So about 3.5 to age 15, I was not living in the continental U.S. And when we came back,
Oh, that's you. I was trying to figure out what that was.
yeah.
It's you.
So when we came back, we landed in New York and went to get our car. We had to stay overnight and wait for them to bring our car. It was really frustrating waiting for it because we could see it in the parking lot, but no one would go get it. And you know why? Union workers. They were on strike. Like, no, fight for your rights tomorrow, please. We want to get our car and go. So we had to.
Where was this?
This was in New York on the New Jersey side when they brought the when they shipped the vehicles in. If I remember, if my memory.
Dock workers.
Yeah,
The
they were.
harbor.
Well, it was past that point. The car had been unloaded, and we could see it sitting on the far side of this massive parking lot, and nobody could go get it. We had to wait a day, stay overnight out there. I still have vague memories of that hotel. But
I
then
grew up in a family that was my father and most of my older siblings are all very, very anti-union. I've got a couple siblings that have worked in unionized labor.
They serve their purpose.
Not on the union.
Yeah,
It's
they-
like, I can promise you, as much as unions have their own issues, and they certainly do, because anytime you have control that is out of the power of the masses, control is always subject to power, and control is always subject to corruption and exploitation. But without the concept of the union, so many of the luxuries that we think of today, like healthcare benefits, like any kind of retirement, I would argue that we're regressing in terms of that. But a 5-day work week, child labor laws, that sort of stuff, vacation time.
Yeah, it's
even
all the result
concept
of a robust
wages.
union system.
Yeah, it's like we don't want to live in a world that doesn't have
So
the option of that.
So to steer this back to hey, we have a cargo containers over here. When we finally got our car, we started a 2-week journey going from New York City. We stopped for a couple of days in Cleveland, near Cleveland, to visit my family, my grandmother, who's now living with my parents in Alaska, ironically. That was actually when I saw Aladdin for the first time. It was while we were there, because my great-grandmother, who's passed away a while ago, she worked at a theater, so we got to see it for free. We had a theater all to ourselves because we were in transit, we weren't in school. So my sister and I had an entire theater to ourselves to watch Aladdin. And from there, we drove on Interstate 80 all the way across to Sacramento, where we hopped a C5 to Eielson Air Force Base. My parents reestablished their residency so that they could keep getting the stipend, and then we flew back to Sacramento and drove south down to I-40 and cut across to New Mexico to Santa Fe, and then up 25 to Denver, to Colorado Springs, where we lived for a year while my dad went run a remote to Thule. I remember that was such a long trip. Whoa. Stop, cool. Got it. Man. was about to start shooting at that stuff, and then it all fell. I have lots of memories of that trip. I remember my mom recorded Disney movies that we had onto cassette tape so we could listen to them in the car on cassette tape. That was one. I remember just big vast plains. I remember the first restaurant that we went to after we left New York City when we were into Pennsylvania was KFC, because we hadn't had KFC in years.
I used to love KFC as a kid, but I got so sick after eating there once. I envy your nostalgia for that.
Well, I mean, the other thing I hadn't had since, because I only came back once when we lived in Germany. I came back once for a funeral, so I was in Germany for almost that entire time. We did a lot of traveling in Europe, but I didn't come back to the States but once. So Slurpees. I grew up with a 7-Eleven near the church that we ended up going to, but we would always have to go to Fairbanks for stuff, and so we knew that was there. And yeah, I didn't have Slurpees for 5 years until we moved to Colorado Springs, and as a hey, thanks for being so cool about us going to Germany, my mom would get us a Slurpee every week as long as our schoolwork was done, because we were homeschooled by this point. I remember that. Yeah, it was a long trip. I remember when we moved to Germany, because we went to from Alaska to Germany. We drove down, and we were intending on going to visit some friends and then go down to Disney World. But the way that we got delayed and had to reroute ourselves because of weather in Canada, we had to make a pick, and so we chose Disney World. So I went to Disney World on the way to Germany. And I got to revisit it as an adult 2 years ago. I think 2 years ago Thanksgiving. You wandering off into the distance?
No, the salvage, one of the pieces flew off. I figured you would grab the ones close by.
Yeah, I got those.
That one.
I remember doing that. That was a long drive, so we drove from Eielson through Canada, across into we went down through British Columbia, but then we had to cut straight across east for a while. I remember celebrating my birthday in a hotel in a town that we arrived late in, and all they could find was
we'll want to dig this out, the area we want to dig it out, because about half or more of these have stuff buried.
They had a Dairy Queen-like thing there, and so they got a cupcake, and I celebrated my 10th birthday in a small hotel room somewhere in Canada with my family. We'd had a birthday party before we left, a joint one at a McDonald's before we'd moved away. And we kept on going down, so we drove all the way to Disney World and then up to Ohio through Virginia to see family there, and on over to ship our car and then fly to Germany. And then when we left, we had to do a very similar thing. So in the span of 5 years, I went from Alaska all the way to Germany and then all the way back to Alaska. And counting, if I start in 2011 when I was in Korea I'd lived in Korea in 2001 as a teacher, but in 2011 the Air Force sent me back there for an exercise, and starting from there, 2011, it took me 3 years to completely circumnavigate the world, because I went from Korea to Georgia and eventually moved from Georgia to Germany, and then in 2013 and in 2014 my parents flew us to Okinawa, so I circumnavigated the world.
Okinawa is one place I want to visit.
Yes, it was very nice of that shop to be open late, so I could have a cupcake. Yep. Outside of the, I mean, I have lots of memories, like scattered memories. I've lost
I think because of we haven't found anything at this depth. We're not going to find anything.
Okay.
I mean, that's not 100% true, but usually there's going to be connected pieces.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
Stuff.
I don't have a lot of memories anymore from my childhood because of traumatic events that happened, but some of the things I remember were the joint birthday party at McDonald's that we had. And mostly the thing I remember from that is that my sister got this big giant teddy bear that was as big as her, and she was so happy. And then the next day, the movers packed up everything.
Including the teddy bear?
Including the teddy bear. And then the very last night we were in Alaska, we went out to Eielson Air Force Base is big enough that it has its own ski resort. And on one side there was a sledding side, and I remember going over there and sledding, and my childhood crush, after had gotten on a plane, and there were very few planes that flew out of Fairbanks at that point. So if you knew, did you discover another wreckage?
Oh yeah, this place is just loaded with stuff.
So, hey, there's copper over there. So you kind of knew, if you knew someone was traveling, you could kind of look up and catch when the planes were leaving. And I remember standing out there in the snow just before New Year's, looking up into the stars, and out there on the far enough away from that far out on the base, you could see all the stars. So it was very starry, and seeing the plane fly over. That was the last time I remember looking in like at her. Like I was looking at the plane. I lost complete contact with all of my friends. I've never been able to the only friends I was able to reestablish any contact with were ones that my mom found on Facebook. I grew up playing with their boys, but my best friend, his son, his brother, and my young childhood crush, but also a really good friend. Never saw any of them again. I've never been able to find them because they have very common names. Kind of like trying to find a Scott Johnson. There's so many of them.
Yeah, you definitely have to have more details.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I still remember standing there looking up at the stars, waving at the planes going by, and not realizing that my parents had forgotten to get their address for me to write to. They was a little focused with moving and stuff, especially because we found out like a week prior that the movers, that the people who cut our orders forgot to include our dog on the orders, so we had to give up Toby, our Sheltie, and leave him there. So
the military's not going to be like, oh yeah, we'll wait for you. Go ahead and get that taken care of. Nope.
Mm-mm.
Go.
Yeah. It was a lot of loss very early on. And then when we moved to Germany, we lived very far out from the base, so we were very isolated from it. And within 8 months of living there is when my first trauma happened, and from that point forward is when all my memories start to go away. I have very few memories from that time. Yeah, so I was a very happy-go-lucky kid when I was, before we moved. But then after we moved, and I tried to still be optimistic, but from what I can tell from discussions, I definitely, I don't want to say sobered, but my mood changed.
Trauma literally rewrites brain pathways and brain associations.
Yeah.
Now, whether somebody's capability to overcome them, there's a lot of variables.
We have dinosaurs.
But it happens. So.
Trying to get close enough so we can see what they are. Here, let me just get on the bike. There you go. Just for you, Imperial Jedi, I'm going to go over here and see what they are. Parasaurs. Yeah. I started going through serious therapy for that in 2016, and unfortunately that was when I really started to realize and understand the other traumas I was going through in the military, and having had all those barriers broken down because of that, because of the therapy for the one thing, it kind of left me open to the full, my barriers were gone to keep out what was happening to me in my job. and that was kind of when I had my breakdown. On top of that, I was already wanting to get out of the military, and they were fighting me, making it took a year to get it approved. And it should not have taken that long. If there was a hole in the system that I could fall into, I did. Wow, I just took out one piece and an entire side of that just collapsed.
Yeah, sometimes on those pre-built ones, the load-bearing joints don't really make sense.
Yeah.
Usually they do. Sometimes they don't.
So anyway, that got serious. But that since I brought it up, this is another thing that these children's hospitals do, is because when you're talking about all these extreme medical stories that are going on, the family is there too. They're going. It's not just the patient, but the family, the siblings, the parents. They're experiencing a lot of trauma from this too. So the need for a robust, mental health system there to help them process and deal with what's happening is it can't be overstated how important that is. And that is one thing that was highlighted one year. Can't remember which. I think it was actually last year where, I know I started focusing on it a lot because I found out at the hospital that I was supporting, Providence, which I should be talking about. I'll put the link in. But that's some of the things. But I remember last year talking a lot about the mental care, the mental health care that they provide, the mental health services that they provide to siblings and parents going through, because they're all going through a trauma. Even getting good news can still not negate the trauma that you were going through with the potential loss that you're facing. In the closet, look up, and when you looking at my little back thing, look up. You'll see it. It's in the box. Oh, we talked for a while, didn't we? Whoa, where are you going? Get back here. Get back here. Why on earth would you blast yourself all the way over there? It just makes no sense. But that's just, all that to say is I lived a very interesting life, and also there's a lot of ways that the money can be used to help. Yes? Look where my little stacked shelf thing is, clothing, and look up. You'll see a box it's the box that you found. Is looking for something. Okay, so there's a drop container here that is going to become available once I pop out this piece that's underneath it, so we'll get an intact container.
You tell me because you need me to come pick it up.
No, I was just commenting. Oh, dang it. Didn't catch it. Fell on the ground. It's one of those I would have had to catch. Oh, the one I did in the tutorial was on the second floor, and I was under it. So it was very easy to catch it as it was falling. Plus, it was vertical. It was an upright shell, an upright thing. So, no, I think it just got crushed, or no, or it just disappeared. Oh no, that's weird.
It should last for a minute or two.
Yeah. So, anyway, it's gone now. I see another wreckage over there? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, so like I said, this is not the world. This is not a random world. This is a world that I looked online for different
Maybe we should just
specialties.
maybe we should just leave some of these storage containers sitting, since they're already sitting, already technically placed and stable, and we can come get them.
Oh, storage containers take. I mean, the materials to make them is not worth leaving. I mean, if you want to, you're welcome to, but the materials it takes to build a storage container is minuscule.
Your logic is sound. I got one steel plate from that. Considering that it requires slightly more components than that, I think I should get 2 steel plates. I mean, I'm not trying to be greedy, but it seems like they're being stingy.
Yeah. Well, and it's also kind of a not so great.
You finish that thought?
My brain is just fried.
Parasaurs. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Look, I found more dinosaurs for you. Parasaurs. I did not like having to use a flashlight.
Okay, so in the Heidelberg, I was able to recover a single multi-tool charge. So I built a multi-tool, and I'm going to go... we need a core first. I was going to say I'm going to go retrieve some stuff. I'm going to go retrieve blocks, but I need a core first.
They're not the only things. There are also these random monster creatures, bugs, insects, things like that will attack you. They're on the other world we were playing. There were these nasty tentacly thing with this bulbous, bubbly backside that we would kill so we could get their milk. Did not look like a creature you should milk, and it would fight back. But yeah, the dinosaurs, the raptors. I know there are raptors. I'm not sure if there's another. I don't know if you've seen anything
There's
bigger.
a second variety of raptor as well. It's just not. It's a herbivore. It's like one of the. I think it's the only herbivore raptor.
You have to wonder who else it was that crashed. Because these have been here for a while.
Oh, there's multiple factions. I mean, it's not an uninhabited galaxy.
Really? Really? Came before it, so you're probably going to find a lot of things that inspired for the universe. Oh, well, my mom got home. Whoa. Thanks, Mom. Well, looks like I'm going to have blue hair. My mom just donated $500.
Nice.
So we've now cleared 11,000 fundraised. So I need as soon as this stream is over, I'm going to go update. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to go make a quick update to it right now. Might as well push the goal up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Moms are nice like that. Well, it's nice when you have that kind of support.
With the ability to do that. Many, many, many moms in this country do not have the ability to help their children like that.
I agree. When you have them, whatever form they may take, they are the best.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I need to, since I'm that much closer, I'm just going to go ahead and update it to 1,500. I'm wondering if it'll keep the incentives that I had on there before. I'll need to add another one. I need to come up with an incentive. So, thanks, Mom. You can just see, it's a family thing. You know, for years it was us. I'm doing Extra Life in the fall, and my sister was doing the March of Dimes in the spring. And Lexi was always ask, when are we going to go march for the babies? And my parents would they would have their fund that they'd set aside for it, and they'd split it between the two. So the family is very, very grateful to that hospital, and so we continue to support it as much as we can. Actually, when we were doing the when they were doing the March of Dimes, they actually lived in Elmendorf, which is where the hospital. Elmendorf is in Anchorage, which is where the hospital is.
Okay.
There was actually a military, an Air Force doctor at the clinic who was the one that, when they went in initially, was the one that realized this is way beyond us. You need to get to a children's hospital. And they called for the ambulance to come bring them.
Nice.
So yeah, that's when they were doing the March of Dimes. Because so the 2 different ways they were supporting that hospital. They actually, right after she was born, the March of Dimes paid for a professional photographer to come in and get family photos. Because some of them, they may make it to being born, but they may not. You don't know if they're going to make it out. You don't know if they're going to survive.
It's very tenuous.
Tenuous, yeah. So, them coming in and taking those photos it could end up being the only family photos you get. So when they came in and offered that was a big thing for the families that were there, as you can imagine. And I have a couple of those photos, but I wasn't able to add them into the stream this year because I lost everything in my OBS stuff, so I had to redo everything on the fly. I wish I know there was a picture of my sister holding her husband's wedding ring in her hand and Lexi's hand next to it, and the wedding ring was the size of her entire palm. The wedding ring was that big. Actually, I think it was bigger than her hand initially. They got another picture of it later when she had grown. But like me with this right here showing the perspective of how big they can be, how small they can be. That was what they were doing with that one. And I just remember for 2 months it was touch and go. It was so bad. We were so concerned that when we went to visit Michelle's family in New Mexico one year, they had moved from Elmendorf to Phoenix.
Yeah.
There was no telling if I was going to ever be able to see her again, because they always lived so far away. So we went down there to visit them, and I got some pictures of me with them. Those are the only pictures I have of myself with them. When she was in the NICU, there was talk by my parents of flying me up there just so I could meet her, just in case. It was even at a distance, it was a harrowing 3-4 months. And then she went home, and it didn't end there. When they moved, the doctors gave them, they had to have a health monitor and all that stuff. But the doctors at the hospital said, when you get, find the last place you can stay in Alaska and stay there. And then when you get Canada, don't stop for anything. Take turns sleeping. Don't stop, because if anything goes wrong, you're not covered. You're not in Alaska anymore, so Alaska's not going to be able to help. And TRICARE won't cover it. So they drove ridiculously fast across Northwest Territories and British Columbia to get to Seattle, to McChord Air Force Base. And if this tells you anything about how much support they were getting from the medical system, they called ahead to McChord and scheduled, because she had to have, I think it was a shot or something. There was something that she had to do as soon as she got there. And they had it already. All they had to do when they got there was just go straight to the hospital. And as soon as she got there, they took her inside and gave it to her right away. They had coordinated it. The Children's Miracle Network Hospital had coordinated with the military hospital in Elmendorf and at McChord to make sure that it was going to be taken care of. Yeah, she was still on a heart monitor when they made that. But after she was born and they'd taken her home, they had a scare because the heart rate monitor was set too high. It was too high, and her heart rate was going much lower, and the thing wasn't going off to say there's an issue, there's a problem. Yeah, so it was actually the threshold for when it would go off was set too low, and they wouldn't have known if their dog Kinley hadn't alerted them. When they brought her home, they would have her they would put her down on a blanket on the floor for some exercise time, and the Kinley is a husky mix or a full husky. He refused to leave her side the entire time she was there. Just lay there next to her the entire time. And when her heart rate started to drop, he was the one. He or she was the dog was the one that alerted them. Yeah, my service dog. I was one of. It's been a while now since I went to Walmart, but I went to Walmart to get some stuff, and I was having all kinds of issues with people not respecting the service dog rules. But there was this one lady who came, and she stayed a distance away, and she looked at me and she talked to me about him and stuff. So she followed all the rules right, and I realized it later, but he had been watching her like more intently than anybody else when they'd come up and talk to me. Like seriously, like obviously there was something going on, and obviously I couldn't tell, but he could. And when we were leaving, I was pulling out, and I saw her walking out of the store, and she was stopped in the middle of the crosswalk, and right in front of one of the aisles going up, with one hand on the cart and one hand on her chest and leaning over. And so I stopped, and she said she was fine. She said it was a result of medicine or something. But I made sure that she got in her car, and I loaded all her groceries up for her, and then I followed her home so I could make sure I knew where. I was on the phone with 911 the entire time, and I just watched to see which driveway she pulled in and got the address and told them so they could go check on her. Because, I don't know, you see someone because it was twice. It was once in the middle of the road, and then once again after I parked, I looked and she was standing next to her car leaning against it, doing the same thing. That didn't look good. I was like, you don't do that unless there's something else going on. So, but yeah. And when we were stopped there, I had the window open, and again, he was staring at her. And because of that, now I pay attention to him when we're around people. If he gets really hyper-focused, not excited focused, but hyper-focused, I found a cargo container buried.
Nice.
Yeah, they do. Now, but because of that, now I know his signals. I know what to look for. I can watch it. I can watch for it when he's around other people. Because his job is to notice other people and alert me to them, so he can do his job and while also alerting me to other potential problems. And the other day, my wife was having a rough day with work and stress and stuff, and she was sitting on the couch just really feeling it, and he was asleep, completely asleep. And then just suddenly he sat up and he walked over there and was staring at her, wanting to get up next to her, but he kept following the rules. Because he knew something was wrong and he wanted to comfort her. And he stayed until he was told he could get up, and then he got up on her and kind of tried to distract her. That's his way of helping. He likes to get you to play with him. So like when I get triggered, he'll come over and let me hug him, but then he immediately wants to start distracting me and playing with me to get my focus off of what's going on and onto him. Like, play with me, then you won't feel so bad. So it's very similar to what happened to that lady. But yeah, Kenley. All that to say, Kenley. She's the one that tipped them off that something more serious was going on. So that was the third time that they'd saved her. Besides keeping her in the womb and then the Penrose drop procedure. They got her in and got her back, got her heart rate stabilized.
So apparently the Heidelberg is classified as a regeneratable structure.
Oh, so we can rebuild it?
And we're not allowed to put blocks here, so I can't put a core down. So retrieving things is going to be...
Oh, regeneratable, does that mean we could rebuild it?
No, it's... that stuff gets destroyed. Like,
I'm gonna see if I can get, if I dig out underneath this cargo box, if I can get it to fall like.
Why not just loot the cargo box?
I already looted it. If I'm just saying, if I can get it, if it's buried underground, if I can dig out the ground around it and remove all of its supports, it might be lootable. As in, like, to take the box with me.
No, you get components. If something falls because it doesn't have support, you don't get the piece ever. You get the base components. Even if there's special components that are required to build the thing, you don't get them.
So is that just something that was different in the tutorial? Because those things that were those vertical box things, when I took out the building, the structure and the support and everything started falling, I got those boxes.
Don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it must have just been. Hey, yeah, it didn't. It didn't even fall. It's just kind of floating here. You have no support. What? The amazing hovering box. I was gonna say I was about to apologize for going on for so long about all this stuff, but then I remembered. Wait a minute. This is my stream, and this is what we're supposed to be doing. This wreckage I'm digging out over here was one of the ones you were talking about. There was a lot of stuff buried, like that cargo box. Dig, dig, dig. I don't think there's any more. Yeah, I think I got all that. Well, it still says wreckage here, so maybe there's more.
It will. The title will not disappear. So I don't know if you remember ever watching me when I had the map up and I was putting in pin markers that said things like cleared or empty.
I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I have the wreckage that you and I cleared out together over there. I have on my own map a pin that says cleared. The resource icons will disappear once you completely empty it, but asteroids won't. Patterns or points of interest usually won't.
Found a tree full of flat grapes, which means they aren't lootable. I knew it was too good to be true. I'm like, that's a lot of grapes. I'm gonna have to go straight back once I get all these grapes.
So those berry trees, it's hard to. You have to be like right up on the middle trunk to loot them, to harvest it.
Oh, wow!
But I've never seen a berry tree that looks like a berry. I've never seen a berry tree that looks like it has berries.
And didn't, yeah.
You can't unless it's a glitch.
Yeah, and all those berries disappeared.
The berries disappeared?
Yeah, all those berries disappeared. And
when?
All I got. No, I looted the tree. I mean, I followed your suggestion and looted the tree up close. And all of we're talking, to look at that tree, I'd say there was probably 15 different, those little pictures of the flat pictures of grapes hanging in it.
Yeah.
And I only got 3 berries. But they all disappeared. Okay, I need to go take care of something, so I'm going to take a break.
Okay.
Actually, I should head back to the base before I do. Because there are... Where am I? There's some. Let's just head back towards the Heidelberg. Teleport station.
Huh?
There's a teleport station over here.
Oh, yeah, it's owned by the Polaris Corp.
I'm coming. I had to move myself. I'm not in a game I can pause. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I haven't changed anything. What system are you getting them from? put some of the Extra Life clips on here for a second, and I will be right back. Probably a good time for me to go take a bio break.
Yes.
I'm underground for right now.
Okay. You can also exit the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm
You won't lose. Okay.
This video. Right. So I will be right back.
Who's that?
Whatever time it is.
At Victoria's house. Bye.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you this. I like Chef Boyardee. I eat it like every day. I eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner and snack. It's like spaghetti and meatballs, but it's really good. It's from a can, and it's called Chef Boyardee. I eat it at school. I eat it at home. I eat it whenever it's dinner time, and I make my own can by myself because I know how to make it. I have 2 dogs and 1 cat. My French bulldog's name is Zoe. I'm not a cat person. I have a therapy dog, a yellow lab. Her name is Delilah, and she is 11. And I had to give her like command and everything. I figure out what she needs to do. I feed Zoe and Delilah. That's what I do. And she loves having fun.
Around the beginning of treatment, my child life specialist came in, and I was scared of swallowing pills because I thought they would get stuck in my throat. Like explaining things well to me of how what's gonna happen, that I'm gonna lose my hair. It fell out and then it came back curly. And now we call these my chemo curls. They would bring me the Nintendo thing, and I would play Mario Kart all the time. Even though I'm not gonna have cancer, I'm still gonna do the lemonade stands because it's fun doing them, and it's for a really good cause. People know my story and come to it to help raise money for the Anthony Rizzo Family Foundation. That year we raised $45,000, which helps the families like mine in the hospital.
When you go to the operating room, you take this medicine called Goofy Juice, so it doesn't have you have a bad memory, so you don't remember going into the operating room. I've had 13 surgeries. So my doctor that did all my surgeries, his name is Dr. Thomas. It was a little nerve-wracking, but like it wasn't that bad. The first time I did triathlon, it was a 100-yard swim, 3-mile bike, and a half-mile run. Sometimes there's nothing that can stop me from doing the things that I want to do. Larsen syndrome is a syndrome that like dislocates some of your parts in your body, like your knees. It's been great to have such specialist care. If Children's Hospital wasn't there, then I would be in a wheelchair my whole life.
When he was born, they had to airlift him to the IWK. I found out that they didn't think he was even going to make the flight, and they then identified that he probably had what's called spondyloepiphyseal dysplasia congenita. When I got to the IWK, I stayed right beside him the whole time, and you start thinking about all the little things you're going to miss. The thought of never being able to hold his hand and walk across the street, never taking him to the duck pond, never taking him the first day of school. We brought in a cake and gave all the nurses cake and brought presents every month. And I said I was going to celebrate every month that I had him.
How could this guy that was so sick have come out to be such a vital, active, bright young guy? Spencer was in the neonatal unit at the hospital when I first saw him, and they'd asked me to see him about a cleft of his palate, which had been a minor problem that they'd noticed compared to some of the problems that Spencer had.
Spencer's condition is a rather complex one. He has a congenital, he was born with a condition where his long bones aren't growing. The type of dwarfism he has is associated with some instability of his neck, that his neck can move back and forth further. The treatment for this requires a surgical intervention, and neurosurgeons are typically the prime movers in this case, and the orthopedic surgeon take bone and support the area, so you basically fuse or stiffen that upper area of the spine. You used to like stickers, didn't you? Huh? Do you want some for old time's sake? Or are you too big now?
No, sure.
Oh, okay, good.
For old time's sake.
For old time's sake, excellent.
Hey, Spencer! Hey! Oh, did you miss class? I missed class. That's noise, son.
I treat him just like a normal friend, and he treats me like a normal one. It's really great. There's some perks to it, you know, like the elevator and stuff.
All right, so we haven't got any more.
I've got a buddy over here. He's a good friend of all of our Spencer McKay, right? Hey, Spencer. But this is what's new with Spencer. Let's show everybody at home there. That is what's new with Spencer. Look at that. Holy Hannah.
You always want to provide excellent care for children like Spencer. They've already been through so much. If you read over his history and you know what he's been through, in his case, we did have to take him to the operating room a few times to do treatment for him.
You've got neurosurgery, but then that would knock off one. We've got 6 doctor's appointments next week.
Wow, that's a busy day. It's a privilege for me, and it's an inspiration for me to meet these families who just can go through everything they've gone through and still be smiling and positive and happy at the end of the day. In the Maritimes, we are the regional center, and we have all the specialists here.
It hasn't always been the IWK. Initially it was the Halifax Children's Hospital when it was first opened. And it's been the only pediatric hospital east of Montreal in Canada since forever.
Before I had a sick child, I didn't realize the importance of a hospital for kids. It doesn't hit home to you until you've actually had a child who's had to stay there. Spencer was in there for almost 2 years, and I lived in that hospital, and I became family. I became, just a part of the fixture. I certainly would love to say, without a doubt, that I appreciate from my total heart the IWK and the Children's Miracle Network. This is the biggest eye-opener to me of how important these organizations are and how much they do for the families as well as the sick children.
He's very good for people in the waiting room. When they see Spencer and seeing his engagement with them and his attitude, a lot of people will come in thinking they have serious problems and say, man, I saw that guy out there and I really don't think I should be here.
Humor makes us laugh. Humor brightens us up. Humor is why we're still happy, If we just sat around and thought about all the sad things and never laughed, and where do you think we would be now? Depressed.
So he has a way of disarming them and putting in perspective some of the conditions that we see.
Larsen syndrome is a connective tissue disorder, so all of the joints of my body are dislocated. I have difficulties with my airways and my breathing, and I've had around 20 plus surgeries for me to, 1, live, 2, for me to have my independence. I always joke volunteering is my sport, and my wish was that Chris Pratt would help me with the projects that I do for Seattle Children's. He offered up the experience to go visit him on the set of Jurassic World 2 in Hawaii. All of the proceeds that came in for the raffle went to the orthopedics department. We ended up raising over $828,000. I have such an amazing support system around me. I've got my parents and my little brother and my aunts and my uncles and my cousins and my grandparents, and then I also have my family at the hospital. I've got those nurses and doctors that every time I go, I have to go say hi to them. Without them, I wouldn't be here, because they're the ones that are inspiring me to give back and give what I can to the hospital.
I'm back. So, I'm not actually sure what's going on. I was trying to watch videos for her class, and for some reason now none of them will load. And they're just MP4s that have been uploaded and they worked before, but she's tried 2 different devices, multiple browsers. So, I just wanted to get back into the game real quick, but I forgot to tell her that I did want to change one thing, so give me just a second. Okay. She thinks that somehow her flash got disabled. And on the second device is a Chromebook, and I don't think Flash is enabled on that natively. And I can't test it on any of the computers out here because it requires her school login, and she's in class and can't. There's a computer right next to me we can test it on, but it's a once a week Zoom class. It goes from 7 to 9 for her. It's the teacher. It's 8 to 10. I guess that's the only time the teacher could do anything with it. I got canned meat, canned vegetables, grapes, energy pills. All from those containers over there. Unfortunately, something spoiled on the way back. One of these. So are we using the small constructor now? I mean, as opposed to the portable constructor. Yours is obviously making biofuel. You want me to? Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to put a second one. I actually have 3 of them. You want me to put them all over here so we can keep making biofuel? Okay, well I'll keep one on me. Oh, your water thing is other faction. Allow faction access for mine, so there you go. It's nice and warm, nice and toasty. So, as you can see by that last post that I made from Nightbot, we have blasted past $1,000. So yeah, I'm gonna have to dye my hair blue for a month. I have to arrange it, but I have to wait. I have to wait until after Christmas for family, and if there's any other family photos that are needed. So what's most likely going to happen is when Zoe and I do our end of the year stream, it may end up being on December 27th, which is a Saturday this year, I think. Sunday. If only there was a way for me to check what day is what. That's a Sunday. That could still happen on Sunday, but it's not going to happen on Christmas, so it'll either be the 26th or the 27th. Probably the 26th. I will have my hair dyed that morning, so my hair will be blue. Powder. We're going to go for powder blue. But I have to start with blonde. Do I have any? Yeah, I've got 13. There you go. 2 and only 2. Use them smartly. So I'm going to go do some more looting. Where's that portable transporter? I'm gonna go look at that. Heading that direction. Blue. Iron deposit. Vroom vroom. Another wreckage spot over here, but I think we have. Nope. Might as well. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Plant protein. Ooh, sweetener. And more plant protein. Yeah, but the only thing I could do for my wife was say I have whitelisted your school's website on the Pi-hole. So if that was doing anything, it'll stop doing it. So just start dismantling. Nice that there's so much wreckage around here. Almost like you planned it. Oh, turned off the because the videos are on a separate source. I can control the volume on separately. I muted the system audio. So. Hey, skip that. When you get to that point right there, do the back, and it will move you to that. Because that's nerve-wracking, that sound. Some animated person shooting a gun. Like, and by animated I mean drawn animated, not excited. Fell. Like anything fell. I heard the sound though. It sounded like something fell. Holding on to this. Ooh. Sandwich. And some beer. I don't know. It looks like beer. It's beer. I consumed it. It's now no longer beer.
So good.
I was low on food, so
Does it give food?
yeah, 2
Oh.
combined with the sandwich.
Two food.
Yeah, not a large amount, but combined with the sandwich, I got enough. When I was thinking about when I was trying to decide how much to set my goal for this year, when I wanted to lower it from the, slightly more modest since I was only doing so much this year.
Yeah.
I knew that my parents would most likely donate that much. Because I was initially going to go with just that amount, just 500 for the whole thing. And okay, confirmed. I did not get the anything else from those. I just dropped a pair. Okay, so you're right. I didn't get them. I must have made it and just forgot. Anyway, I was going to do that, but I knew that my parents would be donating that much because that's usually what they do every year. So, well, I guess since I know I'm going to get that amount, I might as well set the goal higher than that. If I'm remembering correctly, I think that's now 5 years in a row where I cleared the $1,000 fundraise. I can't remember if 2015, the one that's my missing medal, that was silver off the top of my head. I know I can just look it up, but not right now. Fixing something. It always just looks like you're staring. You stop interacting with the game, and you're looking off at a different angle. I haven't forgotten. I'm still playing. I know. Whoa, I just took out an entire wall. Like 7 pieces long. Like just clearing out pieces on the ground.
Oh, man.
So, did you notice a difference in your system resources usage when I joined?
I don't remember. I mean, memory, yes, but I don't remember what the CPU.
I figured you'd experience some. But since most of the work is still being generated by, on the world, and that world is on that computer, I'm just interacting with it. I think I asked you this yesterday, but I don't remember the answer. Are you going to switch to the Children's Hospital in Salt Lake next year?
Yes.
I'm remembering you saying yes too, because you mentioned the name of the hospital.
Primary Children.
Yes. Well, now it's time to dig out, see if there's anything underground. There are pieces. I remember, do we still need copper? Because there's a copper deposit nearby.
We always should copper.
Well, I just meant if there was an immediate...
Right now.
Yeah. Right. We already did that. I can't remember what we were building, but I remember now that I said something, I remember doing that. but if you're still around Imperial, are you gonna try this game at some point? I know a game that I'm gonna be giving a try here soon is Planet Zoo. Initially by myself, but I know most of you are.
Multiplayer?
I don't think so. The Planet Zoo is like City Skylines kind of, or Planet Coaster. I think it would be a closer comparison. I'm sure it's possible to do those things multiplayer, but I don't know. I think it would require modding. It's mostly it's something I want to try and see how it goes, to see how Zoe would like doing. Dig every single piece out before I salvage you. The whole bottom of the ship was buried underground.
Yeah. So I am thinking that this is the same world as I was in, just with a name, especially because like there was a quest association with the Heidelberg, which is why it was being treated as called
Are you talking about the one? You talking about the one you're playing single player?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure I was following you.
But quests are disabled in this world. Not that I was doing that intentionally, just is.
Can they be re-enabled, or is it just you have to make? And it's okay. It doesn't make any difference to me. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference to me either way. I just wasn't sure if it was you can choose one way and then switch later. And really, when it comes down to it, just getting to the point where you can leave a planet keeps you more than busy enough without adding quests to it. Find you? Did I find all of you? Let's go here and see. Every time I have your Steam, you know, the private chat open over there. Every time I look at it, I just see your last message.
You.
That's my last message. That goes perfectly with the previous message. I think I got it all. So now, let's see if I can choose a piece to break apart and then be able to get the whole thing. Try that one then. I think these are just going to be stuck. We'll see. Yeah, the bottoms of these things just stay connected. They don't break off. After experiencing the multi-tool, these things are really slow. Ding, ding, ding. We're not gonna lack steel plates for a while. I mean, I know we'll go through them pretty quickly, but that piece fell. But that was from the second floor. It was just hovering there in the air until I broke out a piece from the bottom. No buried cargo boxes this time. Well, 30 more minutes, and we'll have reached 24 hours. Turns out that being put on work hold for last week was a blessing in disguise. Because, you know, you always think you know how much time you're going to need to prepare for something like this, and you always end up needing much more. But this time at least, I kind of had an inkling it might take more because of losing all my OBS scenes. So I did start early. And I still didn't have it done on time. Part of it was because when I was thinking about it in my head about how I started the week and stuff, I kept thinking Saturday, not realizing that I was even though I knew I was starting on Friday, I just kept thinking about it like I was still doing it on Saturday. So I kept thinking I had one extra day. Well, it's a good thing I started a day earlier than I was planning on. Didn't you marry someone your own size like my foot? What? So I found some copper on the ground, but there's an actual copper deposit about over here near me. I'm using the wrong one. This one. This one. Really wish they could let you just walk over these things when you break them free and pick them up. I get the ones having to pick, you know, it's still attached to something, but as soon as it breaks free and starts rolling around, especially if it's on a hill, it should be just given to you. Where is that? Is this direction? Is this away? A lot of crash chips. Guess they just like crashing on a plane. I mean, when I first saw the mountains in front of me when I was coming in for landing, I was thinking, that's not where I want to land, because I'm just going to hit and I'm going to roll. and when it finally stops and lets me out, I'm going to pop out on the side and I'm just going to start sliding. So getting my stuff is going to be impossible. I didn't remember that the cargo pod, your escape pod, disappeared so soon after you emptied it.
In a single player game, it doesn't disappear. I have it set to do so.
Detox kits, antibiotic pills, antibiotic ointment. I'm in the mood to dismantle another ship right now. Go over to this teleport station. See what we have here. Probably not much, but parasaurs. I think I also saw that prey that looks like a predator. This thing is still... Oh, this is a Megacorp. No, don't do that. I just wanted to see what it was. There's a core over here. It's all Megacorp stuff. I'm assuming I should just leave it all.
Unless you want us to have another enemy.
Heh, no thanks. Scan. More wreckage. I'll check this wreckage and I'm gonna come back. I need to get some food. Need to make some food. That means all these ships that we're seeing were all Megacorp ships. It makes sense.
In the storyline I was playing, there's also some human ships that came along with Euro that crashed.
Hmm. Is there a rock out here? Kind of weird tree? I think it's a weird tree. I'll go look. Nothing I can get off of it. There's a mushroom over here. Pick up your motorcycle. I want to lose that. Where are these Vegetabubbles? Vegetabubbles! Since I'm here, I'll grab the thorn. This direction. More Vegetabubbles. Or I could go with the rarely used vegetables. That's it. I feel like when I come over some of these hills, I should be able to do a wheelie. Oh, you're building a hover vessel. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That'll be very handy.
Yeah.
Let's go in there. I think that's good for now. Oh, this. There's something else. I knew it. No wonder I'm starving. I'm carrying around 15.5 tons.
Go through a lot of calories that way.
But also because I'm wearing the armor?
Because you were into armor?
No, because it says my volume is well over 600.
Weight is disabled.
Hmm?
I've disabled weight, the impact of weight.
Okay.
You are limited by the number of slots, not by the weight.
Okay.
What's the message you're getting?
Oh, just when I'm looking at my inventory, it just says volume 1034 out of 600, and my mass is 12.3 tons. But that was while I was carrying 15 tons was when I was carrying all those steel plates. I've since dropped those off.
You know, 15 tons, what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. So, Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Stop falling. This is my fault for doing it like this.
You gonna make it? Thanks for keeping me company these 3 days. Not that I expect you to do otherwise. Send a message to my sister. Alright. Whoa, that's right. There's a hole there. One biofuel. And I got some water. I'll put that in the thing. Right there. I think these other ones are on the other guy. Okay, so I put the small O2 bottles that you made and in the cargo hold along with the biofuel.
Okay.
I mean the cargo box, not the cargo hold.
Yeah.
And I put the water. I always forget what it's called. Purified water. I put that in the refrigerator. I need to take. That's all I need. Okay. Blocks. What are you doing? Double Gatling gun, I see. What is this? Oh, a harvester. A
But
harvester.
it also does damage.
It's like, man, you're planning on mowing some dinosaurs down, aren't you? Nice. Everything is other faction, by the way.
I know, I'm not done building. Well, I didn't know that. Thank you for pointing it out. Although, I'm still building.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine. I wasn't. I just wasn't sure if you were still you were to the point where you wanted to start using it. I figured you would get that as soon as you figured that out. You know, now that I laid all these things out, I realized I should have probably gone the other way, so that if we put a structure up, it would not be blocking the solar panels. 'Cause we're kind of limited unless we lay out more in that direction. Doesn't mean we can't. I'm gonna at least fill in this open spot here.
I'm missing one level in order to be able to do medical devices for this. I need one unlock point.
Trying because I can barely. That'll do. Planning on filling this side anyway. Fill this up so it doesn't look like there's a hole underneath. That would be hard to do. Close enough. Close enough for government work. Almost got it. To see how many cement blocks have been made. You make that. Need my blocks. Need my blocks. It'll also be interesting when I do that stream at the end of the year, because to not wear my hat. Kind of like my signature on here. It's even on my emote. On all of my emotes.
Alright, there's a color and texture tool for you in the...
All of them. See? Wearing a hat. All of them. Oh, there's a color and texture tool for me? Woot. In this one or over there? In this cargo hold here?
And then our cargo. So
I don't know where you put it.
where you're looking. I put it in the same box we've been using.
Okay, I just didn't know if you... I didn't see you walk over there. That was all. So I wasn't sure if you put it in the cargo hold of the ship for me, the hovercraft for me to grab, or what. Ah, got it. I'm all caught up now. If I can get this one last little crevice. Sure, I can fill this thing's crevices. I was wondering if you were gonna get, if I was gonna get a chuckle from you on that one.
I'm not grumpy or anything. It's more tired than anything else.
I think I may have to wait until this block is gone to get that one. Hang on a second. No, it's not gonna play nice.
It's not playing nice.
Hmm?
What's not playing?
I'm trying, there's a crevice under, like I was filling in underneath our base right here. And I'm gonna have to wait until this block is out of the way because of the angle of the slope. I can't see it. Nothing major. No, it's not quite right. Hey, what do you think of this over here on the side here, in terms of a color? Trying to match it to the...
Color's fine. I do not like the texture though. It's like
How about
cheapest
that?
materials ever.
How about that?
That's the same textures. I don't like.
Oh,
the
I was just I was just painting it.
I like the color is fine, but that's the same texture as our default on concrete. I mean, if you like it, if you want to have it, that's fine. I just don't like the look of concrete.
For
The texture of it. But you design it how you'd like. I promise, if you find something you like, I'll be happy.
Mm-hmm. Just deciding. Nope, not quite that. Heavy light. Messed up metal. This one looks like right here. Darker color. I kind of like this one. It's got this big, heavy metal bolted feel to it. When you have a sec to look at the side.
Mm-hmm. fine.
Hmm.
You want that rustic, worn down look?
Well, I was also going for something that was fitting to where we landed, where we put the space, without it feeling too much. Like, yeah, once you pointed it out, the difference there, how I was just putting something over the texture. Like, yeah, not the ones that look like rock, but something that crashed here and we're taking advantage of.
Something like that too.
Hmm.
Oh, it's just there's other like sandstone-esque type stuff as well. You did the worn beaten metal.
Hmm.
You did the worn beaten metal, right?
I'm
repainting
doing.
some stuff too.
I guess it's the Warren beat. I don't see where I can read it. It's on the second page.
There's no name. There's no name. That was descriptive words.
Yeah. On the text, on the actual, when you're looking at the choose texture and color, it's the second page. One in, one down, from the left.
I was just the question wasn't for you to tell me what it was. It was just for you to confirm.
Oh,
but
yeah.
That's fine. I already confirmed for myself.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out.
But sometimes.
Saves me the trouble of messing up telling you.
Can't really mess up telling somebody something I can't hear.
Well, I beg to differ. I think you can.
Just withdrew a crap ton of fuel.
Yeah, when I was over there, I only pulled one out.
Where I put it.
Yeah, it seemed. I think we ran out of the resource to make it, so I pulled the one that was out and just stuck it in the cargo box. Hey, that time I used the right name.
Oh, I'm saying I pulled out a bunch of fuel and now I don't know where it is. Suck. Oh, we just lost 500 or 480 fuel because I can't find where I put it. And we don't exactly have a lot of places where I could have put it.
Well, I'm going to exit out for just a second. I'll be right back. Worry about getting eaten alive. And it is time to put a pin in this one. Another year, another goal cleared. Obviously, we still have some time left in the year, so who knows how far we'll go. Last year, I thought 1,500 was going to be a monster to beat. We ended up doubling that, although I think I started at 1,000. So, thanks to everybody who tuned in. Thanks, Jealous Mike, for keeping me company. And
yeah, sorry, it is such a grump.
Yeah, it's okay. Imperial Jedi, we greatly appreciate your hanging out. I know you're a very busy person and bringing all of invading us with all of your Imperial army. I still say you on Twitch, you are Grand Admiral Thrawn. To inspire that many people with your titanic control on them and to bring them here. But, definitely, if anybody is here that didn't come over with Imperial Jedi, check him out. Definitely one of the nice, safe places to go hang out and not worry about jump scares or being picked on or rejected. So, but yeah, I will, for sure, I'll be back at least one more time this year with Zoe, the weekend after Christmas. But I'm working on ways to bring back another stream, the reading stream specifically. But thanks, as always, for the generosity and the support. Since I haven't been doing it for 10 months, it was great to see people coming out of the woodworks to say hi. And I will catch you the next time I do this. And
Bye,
Imperial,
everyone.
I hope to not be a stranger in your stream. I mean, obviously there's a lot that goes on, and I have to make sure support the family and all that. But yeah, I will definitely see you again. And I'm going to send everybody off. So have yourselves a good evening and a good week.
Bye, everybody.